Hello? We are now live. What's going on, everybody?
Things about his crypt. Yes, Logan Paul.
Yeah, according to Alan Lichtman, he was talking to Biden's former chief of staff, and he said he wasn't going to drop out, so it's kind of surprising that happened. I don't know if it's due to some health issue that popped up, where he wasn't planning on dropping out, but because of, like, the COVID infection or something, he ended up making that decision, or if he just got pressured by, like, dickhead Barack Obama or something. I don't know.
Yes, Logan Paul has sued CoffeeZilla for saying mean things about his crypto scams. Hey, Logan, I'm gonna say some mean things about you. You want to dance? But who could have possibly have seen that Logan Paul's crypto ventures might not be on the up and up? I mean, you'd need at least one eye for that. But to take you back, he promised that his game, Crypto Zoo, which combined cryptocurrency and NFTs, would allow users to make real money with barely any effort.
It's a really fun game that makes you money. I really, really do believe it is going to be the catalyst for a lot of young people getting into crypto. I think this will be their first fun NFT crypto experience. My game.
Now, it's possible that Crypto Zoo might have made Logan Paul some real-world money with very little effort, but players who purchased the in-game currency were left out in the cold. But that's where YouTuber CoffeeZilla, real name Steven Findezen, comes in. He's been investigating Paul's promises and the demise of Crypto Zoo since at least 2022, calling Paul out for being a scammer. And now Logan Paul has filed a defamation lawsuit against CoffeeZilla. Paul alleges that he maliciously and repeatedly published false statements accusing Paul of operating a scam related to Crypto Zoo, and that these lies have hurt his reputation and caused him significant emotional distress. Logan Paul was just an upstanding internet...
Yeah, so long as Kamala Harris is the one who's running, they still have the incumbency key. So, in terms of predicting the outcome of the election, it doesn't seem like it's going to change much.
This will make you happy.
Let me take a look, Axel. Oh, I've seen this. I can't show that on stream. Yeah, this elephant just fucked this dude up. Just crushed him like a bug. Yeah, that elephant crushed him like a fucking insect. Yeah, that dude got exactly what he deserved. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Oh my... citizen who completely rehabilitated his image, and then CoffeeZilla just came out of nowhere and ruined that good name. But first, what is Crypto Zoo? Well, Crypto Zoo was a Pokemon-inspired trading game where users could buy eggs, hatch them, and then breed the animals. To participate, users spend their non-fungible...
At the very least, I hope pro-Palestinians dummies will vote for Harris now, since they said that they wouldn't vote for Biden anyway.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Fungible tokens called Zoo Coins to buy the eggs. The app runs on the Binance Smart Chain, and the NFTs are purchased with Ethereum. The game promised users that they could make real money this way. All you had to do was breed very rare digital hybrid animals and then watch your cache of coins grow.
Bro, we have a massive team behind it, and are probably out of pocket like $1 million just because we believe it's going to work.
It was a simpler time back then, and the sales pitch worked. Players purchased over $2.5 million worth of digital eggs, which helped create enough hype to convince the crypto market that the Zoo coin's actual value was worth up to $2 billion. But here's the catch. CryptoZoo launched in September of 2021, but as of 2024, it's still not fully playable. Players who purchased the eggs couldn't breed them, let alone cash out the
Cow don't eat tellers, cows eat the leftover Halloween candy.
Whatever
Yeah,
the
I know.
animal eats is what you're eating. It's a law of bioaccumulation.
Bioaccumulation or biomagnification is not a law. It's a theoretical process. A law is like the law of thermodynamics, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed.
So after Halloween, guess where all of that candy goes that they don't sell on the shelves? It goes to the farms, to the cows. They feed the animals all the leftover processed grains, anything with sugar, anything that will fatten them up to produce a large animal that they can slaughter and send to the market.
If any of what she was saying was true, the Halloween candy that cows supposedly eat would then raise the carbohydrate quality of the meat. And if you see right here, beef isn't particularly high in carbohydrates. So despite the fact that I took all the time to make a video to counter all of her points, I'm just going to speed run through it right now to save you all the time. It's all wrong.
So they do feed cows Halloween candy. You can literally look up videos of cows getting fed candy corn. But thanks for the donation, cow.
the coins for real money, and investors said that the eggs were just a picture on a screen that was basically worth nothing whatsoever. And that's a pretty accurate description of an NFT. It took me and Steve Bold 27 minutes to say the same thing a few years ago. But the CryptoZoo development team left the project in October of 2021, alleging that, quote, Logan's team has stolen the tokens.
Poor Palestinians. They definitely aren't the most savage, barbaric and inhuman garbage.
Shia Muslims in Mumbai celebrate Ashura by parading a tortured horse in the street. Oh my god. I can't show that on stream, but what I would do to wipe those people out. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
From all of its V3 investors, while also lying to the public that he had paid the devs $1 million. Now, while it's not unusual for a group of people to have creative differences, Paul's silence and the lack of playable game led many people to believe that they'd been conned. In December of 2022, CoffeeZilla started a 3-part series on CryptoZoo.
How bad is buttery popcorn? What if you spit it out after chewing? I mean, if popcorn has butter on it, it's bad for you. Very bad. Because butter's very bad for you. If you aren't eating it, then it's not bad.
At first, Paul responded by blaming a developer who fled to Switzerland with the source code and held it hostage for $1 million. However, CoffeeZilla tracked down this developer, Zach Kelling, who disputed everything Paul said about him. And reporters also discovered that Paul's other partner on the project, Eddie Ibanez, was a catch-me-if-you-can level liar. Paul's manager, Jeff Levin, allegedly knew about Ibanez's exaggerations before the CryptoZoo launch, but kept him on the team. Now, Logan Paul filed his lawsuit in federal court in the United States District Court for the Western District of Texas, though Logan Paul putatively lives in Puerto Rico and CoffeeZilla and his company reside in Texas. Although many defamation complaints are filed in state court, filing in Texas federal court gives Logan Paul an advantage because CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the Texas anti-SLAPP law. As you might know, a strategic lawsuit against public participation, or SLAPP suit, is a legal action intended to censor, intimidate, or silence critics by burdening them with the cost of legal defense. And the Texas Citizens Participation Act, or TCPA, allows defendants to file a motion to dismiss a legal action that infringes on their right to free speech. This motion can be filed early and often before the case proceeds to discovery, which saves a huge amount of money. However, CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the TCPA to file an early motion to dismiss and recover costs because the Fifth Circuit, which rules over Texas, ruled that the state law doesn't apply in federal court. Parenthetically, I'll note that there's a circuit split where...
I don't know how Logan Paul can conceivably have a successful lawsuit when he literally made a video talking about how CoffeeZilla did nothing wrong. So I don't see how he could possibly have anything to really go on.
some federal courts will apply state-based anti-slap laws, and some will not, which is why we need a federal anti-slap law. So without an applicable anti-slap law, CoffeeZilla's defense is going to get extremely expensive, even if he's successful. But let's look at Logan Paul's lawsuit. Paul's complaint alleges that CoffeeZilla's commentary about CryptoZoo perpetuates a false narrative that CryptoZoo was a scam orchestrated by Paul. He says that CoffeeZilla knew he was making false statements when he published the videos. So what are the allegedly false and defamatory statements? Well, it started with the December 2022 YouTube series. Right off the bat, in response to those videos, Paul threatened to sue CoffeeZilla. In a now deleted video, Paul said, quote,
"You led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience. That is patently false."
And Paul accused CoffeeZilla of not reaching out to him to get the facts until December 24th, 2022. On Twitter, CoffeeZilla said he contacted Paul in October seeking clarification about the CryptoZoo project, and you can see his questions for Paul on the Instagram post. And these messages went unanswered. And at the time, Paul swiftly backed down. Then CoffeeZilla tweeted, quote, "Logan called me, he said he's deleting the 2 responses and is dropping the lawsuit threats." CoffeeZilla had planned to release another video about CryptoZoo, but decided to delay the video so he could include Paul's response. And here was Logan Paul's later response, saying the war is not with Coffee, and quote, "I'm grateful he brought this to light." He apologized and promised to come up with a plan to make things right. CoffeeZilla warned Paul that he would continue to follow the CryptoZoo story, saying the quote, "The right thing to do here is refunds for the affected victims. That's what this has always been about." Now, there's no actionable defamation in these old exchanges since Logan Paul acknowledges what CoffeeZilla reported was true, and they're also outside of the 1-year statute of limitations for bringing libel claims in Texas. But that's where things get interesting because Logan Paul announced a 3-step plan to remedy the problem.
So I'd like to announce my 3-step plan moving forward. Step 1, Jeff and I are going to burn our Zoo tokens so we have no financial upside in the game and it will add value to holder tokens. Step 2, we want to offer a rewards program for players who are disappointed in the status of the game. So essentially you're going to be able to burn your base egg or your base animal for the mint price, which was 0.1 ETH or the equivalent in BNB. I am personally committing 1,000 ETH to this, which is about $1.3 million right now for players who want to get out. And then step 3, obviously finish and deliver the game.
Now, Paul made promises to remedy the situation, but not everyone was happy. So some of the customers sued him and they went to arbitration, where they were represented by attorney Tom Kirker, who you might know by his online moniker, Attorney Tom. Now, put a pin in that, we're gonna come back to it. But fast forward 6 months later when CoffeeZilla tweeted out, "Logan Paul really is the type of dude to thank you when you expose his scam, then block you when you remind him to pay up." Now, Logan Paul alleges that CoffeeZilla's tweet is libel per se. A defamation or libel per se describes statements which are considered to be so harmful on their face that the plaintiff doesn't need to prove special damages, that they can get by with basically no damages and still file suit. In Texas, defamation per se includes accusing someone of having an infectious disease, accusing someone of a crime, or making statements that harm someone in their job or profession. Now, in this context, the allegation of defamation per se probably doesn't make any difference whatsoever. But in general, to prove defamation, he has to show one.
Godzilla donated $2. Now I've got to hear your voice on this. Thoughts on Biden leaving? I'm dying to know. Lol. Also, do you remember these games?
Godzilla 90s versus King Ghidorah.
Yep. I never played Godzilla Save the Earth, but I did play Godzilla Godzilla Monsters Melee, was that it?
Keep your head down, you damn fool!
Never played Dark Watch, but I know of that game. And I played Mercenaries. I played the shit out of that game. That was one of my favorite games as a kid. Biden dropping out isn't a good thing, but so long as Kamala Harris is running, it's not going to adversely impact the outcome of the election. So the Democrats should still be able to win. I don't know why he dropped out exactly, because according to his former chief of staff, he wasn't going to drop out. So I'm not sure exactly what changed his mind. It's sort of weird.
1, the publication of a false statement of fact, 2, that was defamatory concerning the plaintiff, and 3, that the person made the statement with actual malice, and 4, damages. And I'll remind you that the term actual malice is a legal term of art. It does not mean that the publication of false statements was made with mean intention, but rather that the plaintiff has to actually know that what they're saying is false or act with reckless disregard for the truth of that statement. And here Logan Paul alleges that, quote, the accusation that Paul operated a financial scam is one that tends to harm his reputation so as to lower him in the estimation of the community or deter third persons from associating or dealing with him. The June 29th, 2023 X post is libelous per se, and that it tends to affect Paul in his profession or occupation.
Do you think that Blackie Kamala will take Brandon's place? And do you think Camera can beat Trump? What the fuck?
That appears to be the plan. Biden is endorsing Kamala Harris as the new candidate. So that is probably what's going to happen, and yeah, in all likelihood, Kamala Harris would beat Trump. Thanks for the donation, transhuman rot. This is such a weird lawsuit. Like, Logan Paul did not have the best reputation to begin with. Like, he filmed that kid in the Japan suicide forest, and so many people gave him shit over that. Like, I'm sure CoffeeZilla will likely use that as a defense in this lawsuit, because, like, he's claiming the statements CoffeeZilla made ruined his reputation. Like, Logan Paul already ruined his reputation.
Occupation, and accused Paul of...
How do you feel? New Frank vids to watch.
I am dead fucking tired, dude. I have not been getting good sleep. Let me see if there are new Frank vids to watch. Appears that there are. Health and nutrition Q&A. This is going to be extremely fucking bad. He has a complete and utter inability to answer any question, and he will just make the same response. Eat organic food over and over and over again. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Today there was a protest in Israel against the deal for releasing hostages. What's your stance on it? Should they not make the deal? Let me see. So it's a ceasefire deal to release hostages. I don't know enough about this particular situation to comment on it. Seems like Netanyahu wants to have other stipulations to keep control of the Rafah crossing.
What's up, guys?
If you wish, I have no problem doing Frank later. I am going to a movie now.
Well, if you're gonna go to a movie right now, I can react to Frank later. And then we can react to it when you're back. if that's what you want. But I can react to Frank now, it's no problem.
I hope you have watched The Boys now that the season is over. The brownie with the big nose dies BTW.
I didn't really like Mother's Milk, so I'm kind of glad to hear that. Have not watched it yet, but I will watch it on my spare time. Thanks for the donation, gay furry porn enjoyer. Yeah, so James, if you want me to react to it right now, I can, but if you want me to wait, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Engaging in illegal conduct. Now, according to Texas law, a statement constitutes defamation per se if it injures a person in his office, profession, or occupation, but this is interpreted narrowly so it doesn't prohibit legitimate complaints against a person for their professional conduct. And generally, disparagement of a general character equally discernible to all persons is not enough unless the particular quality disparagement is of such a character that it is peculiarly valuable in the plaintiff's business or profession. Now, what is Logan Paul's profession? Arguably an influencer or boxer. He's not a developer, he's not a financial professional, nor does he have any special knowledge of NFTs and how the blockchain works, clearly. So really, even if it mattered here, the allegation of defamation per se probably wouldn't apply anyway. But anyway, Logan Paul says by 2023, CoffeeZilla knew that CryptoZoo wasn't a scam. He says, quote, "The post was a gross and intentional distortion of Paul's prior statements in which he referenced CoffeeZilla's research as a positive in the sense that it had helped expose the wrongdoing by Paul's former business partners, who had also hoodwinked and victimized Paul. Feinstein knew this, but he intentionally conveyed to
Just wait, I will call you when the movie is done."
Okay. I'll wait then. Thanks for the donation, James.
the public the false accusation that Paul was a participant in a scam and intentionally defrauded people to increase his own profile by continuing to attack a well-known celebrity. And Logan Paul cites the mean tweets as proof that his reputation was ruined by CoffeeZilla's scam comment, but number one, he would have a very hard time proving damages.
That is, like, actually retarded. How in the hell are you going to prove your reputation was ruined with tweets? Who is his fucking lawyer? Logan has to have a bad lawyer. Like, the only way you can, like, actually meaningfully prove your reputation was ruined is if you can show that, like, it's affected your business in some way. Like, oh, well, a sponsor dropped me or something. Like, mean tweets?
But more to the point, there's little evidence to support the claim that CoffeeZilla's characterizations were false in the first place. There was no completed game, his fans weren't paid back, and CoffeeZilla discovered that the people that Logan Paul was working with had lied. Not to mention, this seems to be a classic opinion based on disclosed facts about the type of person that Paul is. In fact, they all seem to agree on the underlying facts that CryptoZoo was in fact a scam. The only difference is that Logan Paul is claiming that he was also a victim of bad developers as well, and CoffeeZilla says that when you put your name on something and you run the whole project, the reputation is yours. Logan Paul doesn't like the implication, but you can't force your opinion onto someone else. In fact, CoffeeZilla could probably write another tweet saying that Logan Paul is the type of person to sue you for defamation when you exercise your First Amendment rights. Moreover, to the extent that the tweet is factual, it seems accurate. Logan Paul has blocked CoffeeZilla for years. He hasn't paid back all of his customers, so, you know, where's the lie? Additionally, on June 30th, 2023, CoffeeZilla published a video entitled "Logan Paul's Scam Isn't Over." Logan Paul alleges that this video is defamation per se, again, objecting to the characterization of CryptoZoo as a scam. He says CoffeeZilla, quote, "left no doubt that he was accusing Paul of intentionally defrauding individuals who bought egg NFTs or Zoo tokens by referring to those people as his, Logan Paul's, victims, declaring to his audience that Paul was guilty and his offer to reimburse buyers of egg NFTs was an admission of guilt, and stating that Paul was just pretending he'd changed." This video has been viewed nearly 6 million times, and I highly recommend watching it again so it can be viewed 6,000,001 times. So, did CoffeeZilla make false claims about Logan Paul in this video? Well, the point of the video was, quote, "Logan Paul promised $1.8 million to the affected victims, saying, 'In the meantime, I have committed more than $1.8 million for those who do not want to wait for CryptoZoo to be completed.' However, despite bragging about making millions with Prime, there have been no updates about the status of these updates." Now, Logan Paul says that CoffeeZilla was, quote, "aware at the time of the publication that these statements were false, or at a minimum had a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false." But we can look to the video. Here's Logan Paul complaining that CoffeeZilla reached out to his manager.
Mangus donated $2. Oh my god, Mangus.
Look what I came home to. That's the dad closest to me. And then the mom is second one. The two babies are behind them begging for food. They all come down to the rail as soon as I call them. They're very, very responsive and...
Well, those are some nice crows. Are there any good mangish? Oh my god, that's a good mangish. Whoa. Oh my god, he's like a person. That's amazing. If only real life was like Grand Theft Auto.
Get right behind you. Thank you.
I never have people do that.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I never have people do that to me when I'm in the grocery store.
Hey, ladies. I'm not really gay. Good night.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Mangus. Cock and balls on the wall, donate $2. Nigga, not the black dude. The baddie with the big nose dies. Stupid nickel blackie. Oh. You mean the, like, Middle Eastern chick? That's too bad. I like her big nose. Thanks for the donation, cock and balls on the wall.
Rather than him personally.
Maybe we could have talked about this if you had reached out to me, personally. Not my manager, Jeff, who is not me, Steven.
But when CoffeeZilla reached out to Paul, he heard back from Paul's lawyer.
Well, I did reach out to you, and I got no response. In fact, the only response I got came on my 4th attempt to reach Logan, but this one came from his criminal defense lawyers. A guy named Jeffrey Neiman emailed me after my 4th attempt saying, Steven, see inserted on behalf of Logan Paul. Now, to be honest, I had no idea who Logan Paul was until I researched the lawyer and learned that he, quote, regularly defends individuals and corporations in white-collar criminal litigations. And that's when I realized, oh, that Logan Paul. Why didn't you just say you defended alleged white-collar criminals? Would have saved me a Google search. So I opened up the letter and it read, we represent Logan Paul. Mr. Paul has informed us of your outreach about the status of the CryptoZoo buybacks. Mr. Paul remains committed to this process. We are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal. In the meantime, please direct to our attention any further inquiries to Mr. Paul. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Now, that might seem like a good step in the right direction to you. At least we got a response on behalf of Logan.
And as CoffeeZilla points out, there are two things absent from the lawyer's statement.
But when I read their response carefully, I realized things were actually worse than I thought. Because two things are absent from this statement. One, a timeline for refunds, and two, a plan for refunds. I mean, you have this abominable statement which says, we are working with Mr. Paul to evaluate the best way to achieve this goal? So you're still at the whiteboard then? Guys, this is a statement you say when you have no plan or you're stalling.
Paul Salad Dumbo, donate $2. Can you review this video of me and Jake Paul and fact check me, please?
Think about vegans and don't hold back. And don't hold back, please.
So I used to be a vegan, right?
He was never vegan.
I experimented with a vegan diet about 15 years ago, and I was
He doesn't know what veganism is. It's not a diet.
I was a raw vegan, so I was trying so hard. I was going to the grocery store, buying 2 heads of kale a day, making smoothies. I had the worst gas. I couldn't even be in a room with you guys. Like, I would be filling the cushions of this seat with farts, and as soon as I got...
Then maybe don't eat, like, massive fucking kale smoothies?
up, you guys would just be like, what the heck? So a vegan diet didn't work for me. And I think that the problem with this is a vegan diet. I'm not talking about vegans. I'm talking about...
So, by the way, he's saying he was eating a vegan diet, quote unquote, for 15 years. 15 years. He was only on the carnivore diet for like, what, a year and a half before he quit? So the vegan diet didn't work for him, but he was able to stay on the diet for 15 years. But he still promotes a carnivore diet. He has that book, The Carnivore Code and everything. Sells these stupid carnivore supplements, and he was only able to stay on that diet for about a year and a half, but he was having irregular heartbeats, constant dehydration, cramping, a lack of energy. His testosterone was that of a hypogonadal 80-year-old male. So yeah, a vegan diet didn't work, but oh yeah, the carnivore diet worked out so great for you.
But a vegan diet is that it's deficient in so many nutrients. And I think people run into nutrient deficiencies. And if you want to avoid nutrient deficiencies on a vegan diet, you're going to have a PhD in nutrition.
I've been vegan for 13 years. I don't have a PhD in nutrition. I've had roughly 4 or 5 blood tests over that 13-year period. Not once have I ever been deficient in a single nutrient. And that's even after doing a bodybuilding show where I was eating, that final week before the competition, I was eating under 1,400 calories per day. And I got a blood test right after the competition to see where I was at. Not deficient in a single nutrient. All my nutrient levels are fucking normal. So I don't have a PhD in nutrition. Maybe I'm just way smarter than Paul is or something.
And probably take 60 plus supplements a day. And even
I take vitamin B12, vitamin D, a multivitamin, and creatine. So that's 4.
Even then, I think you're going to become nutrient deficient in things. I think vegans themselves are often really have the right idea, right? They want to make an intentional change with their diet. Great, do that. Think about your food. If you want to try a vegan diet, do it. Just be honest with yourself about how it makes you feel.
What do you think?
Well, let's see. I feel like an unstoppable fucking killing machine, and I just benched 410 pounds. I don't think Paul can even bench half that weight. So please explain to me, Paul, how is it that after 13 years, I can bench over twice what you can while being deficient in all these nutrients? What a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Paul Salad Dumbo. Mangus donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god, that is a good Mangus. Whoa. That is a really good Mangus. I like this one. This one's really good. That's a good Mangus. Oh. That's a really good goose. That's a good goose.
You don't like it? You don't like the frogs?
I think that's a toad. Chimpanzee doesn't like frogs. Or toads. Oh my god. Wow. So majestic. Oh my god, that is a good capybara. Wow. Oh my goodness. That is the world's largest rodent. Oh my god. So handsome. Whoa. Oh my god, so sentient. Look at him giving the side eye. That's a good sentient boy. Thanks for the donation, Mangus.
Lenny vs. Stale Chance Remix.
Alright, I will take a look at that for you. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
So the ICJ has ruled that Israel is indeed an apartheid state and an illegal settlement. They also mandate that it must be dismantled and the settlers must leave. The resistance has won the war. Fuck the Zionist colonizers. Palestine is almost free.
That's not what they ruled. They just ruled that Israel's illegally occupying, I think, Gaza and the West Bank. That's it. And they can say whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't really matter. I don't fucking care. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
What do you me like Dale Jazz? What do you do, Dale? Like Dale Jazz.
Oh, gross.
Dale Jazz. What do you do, Dale? Like Dale Jazz.
Ah.
I like you, Dale. Just gotta go over that hump, Dale. I like you, Dale. I like you, Dale. Beast mode. Beast. Bullshit. Bullshit. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, God. Oh, man. Let me suck that dick, bitch. Oh, man. Let me suck that dick, bitch. Oh, God.
Saying that I'm gonna be, and I'm about to say that, about to say that 30, 40, 50, 30, 30, 40, 50, 50, 40, 30, 50.
You made a statement. You said Prophet Muhammad was a warlord who
Yes,
took
that's
part,
how I understand
and then you said that's
Oh,
a historical
shit.
fact. That's not a question. So don't now come and backtrack and change and pretend as if you didn't.
This might be a very good opportunity.
Take him to a safe place, literally. And this is
Yeah,
what
no,
you're
I also
claiming
agree.
is that
I
the
also
Prophet
agree with this.
ﷺ is that the Prophet ﷺ was trying to force his beliefs on people. And that's what I said. And I'm gonna end this here because this is just a waste of time so far. This is the type of people we get, man. People who don't even read, who don't know how to read, with all due respect, and then they will tell you, oh no, we read what the Quran said, we read these verses, we know what it says. They will continue to embarrass themselves by sticking on their position because of arrogance. Whether the Quran does say what they said or it doesn't say, they will still say, oh no, it does say. You know, Allah al-Musta'an. Okay, let's see who we have next, inshallah. I really don't enjoy talking to these types of people at all. Like, and going back and forth with these types of individuals. I'd rather have people who are sincere, who are polite, who don't interrupt every couple of seconds, so we can talk to them. All right, let's bring the person in the. Okay, can you just give me a thumbs up, vegan gains? All right, all right. That's quite an interesting name. Okay, hello.
Yeah, I'm just wearing sunglasses right now because I'm
That's
a
fine.
little sleep deprived and screen's kind of bothering my eyes. So,
It's totally fine.
Yeah, so I've seen a bit of your content. I've been following you for a little while, and from what I understand, it's a common belief in Islam to believe that God creates objective moral truths or moral values that we have to abide by. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah, Allah Azza wa Jal is the one who determines objective morality, yes.
Okay, so when you say objective, I think that's a misnomer because I don't know how morality could exist without the existence of a mind, because the definition of objective means independent of a mind. So if God is creating objective moral values, that would mean those moral values exist outside of any mind, including God's own mind. So...
All right. The reason I removed him is there are people who are mods who say he's a troll, he trolls, etc. There's many people who are saying it, not this person again, which means he's a very well-known person. So I'm not gonna entertain him. Since it's the mods saying it, and I trust what my mods say. If it was just the chatters, I wouldn't, but it's also the mods as well, which means that they recognize you and they know who you
troll?
Are. But I'll be nice enough to respond to what you said.
Okay.
With asking you one question. Where did you get your definition of objective from? That you said outside of the mind. Where is that definition?
Well, that's just a standard definition. It's
whose definition?
You can just look at the etymological context of the word objective. Object meaning object, whereas subjective means subject. So objective would mean the absence of a. Sorry, let me just. Yeah, object meaning the absence of a subject, the subject being a mind.
No.
And by the way, I'm not a troll.
Objective means, that's what they're saying, and I do trust what they say. So the objective is that which is not subjective. It's not come from a specific personal experience, subjective experience of one human individual. That's what it means. Now, for you to say the only definition that is acceptable, the objective is outside of the mind, I reject your definition. I don't agree. This is not how we define it.
Okay, well, just so you know, I'm not a troll. I actually want to have a genuine discussion. I don't know why your mods would.
Why is everyone calling you that? Not the mods, but everyone is saying that.
Well, I have no idea, but I don't know why
he harasses Muslims and reverts, etc. and insults Islam.
I don't.
Do you insult Islam? Do you insult Islam?
I don't know exactly how I've insulted Islam. I've questioned Islam, certainly. But again, I don't.
Terms, strong language.
Sorry?
Use derogative, strong language, etc. Mockery, fun language, making fun, making jokes. Did you do that?
Well, I mean, I've given harsh criticisms before, but
I
don't know. I don't know what. So, like, the thing is, though, I don't think I've indicated to you that I'm a troll. I'm asking a genuine question. I'm being polite.
You are. I would like to. I've not insulted you as well, right? I'm being polite with you, but I'm asking a question, a clarification. If you speak about Islam, you said you made harsh criticisms. What are these? Like, give me an example.
Well, I've criticized the Prophet Muhammad for committing tribal genocide. I've criticized his relationship with Aisha.
Because... No, what was the words you used?
Okay, well, I've used the word like pedophilia to describe his relationship.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Daniel, yes. How can I help you?
Well, apparently, you can't. Apparently, his god is like really sensitive or something, and you can't use mean words, or else his all-powerful, almighty god gets a little too offended. Well, what a loser. That's exactly what I would have expected. Yeah, they're all too scared, dude. That's Islam for you. They're willing to strap bombs to their fucking chests and blow themselves up, but they're too afraid to debate.
50, 40, 30, 50.
Back for you, back for you, back for you, back for you, boom, 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 door, back, door, back, door, back, door, back, down and up, down and up.
40, 30, 50. Don't worry on that.
You draw. You draw.
Here I start. 50, 40, 30, 50. Don't worry on that.
Bill Jazz. What do you do, Dad? Like Bill Jazz. Fucking fat little freak. Bill Jazz. What do you do, Dad? Like Bill Jazz. Fucking fat little freak. Bill Jazz. What do you do, Dad? Like Bill Jazz. Fucking fat little freak. Bill Jazz. Like Bill. That's what I think about you, Dale. You fucking fat little freak.
Try me. You gotta be a freak, all right? That's my boy.
You gotta be a freak. I see your last comment. I appreciate you. You gotta be a freak.
You gotta be a freak, cookie cutters.
You gotta be a freak. Lots of love.
You gotta be a freak. You gotta be a freak.
You gotta be a freak. You gotta be a freak. You gotta be a freak.
You gotta be a freak. That's my boy.
The man is genius.
Come on in, guys. Welcome to the home of Jay Cutler. Four-time Mr. O. All right, guys, so this is my entryway, obviously the waterfall here, and this is my living area. This is where I hang out most of the time. I actually hang out in the kitchen and the living room, so I have a big kitchen. Of course, as a bodybuilder, what we like to do is eat a lot. And I do actually cook for myself. I don't eat out all the time. This is probably my favorite room in the house because, number one, it's the coldest room in the Vegas heat.
The photo of Jack Destiny somebody sent you a few days ago was fake, and you believed it. I didn't. I thought that was obvious that I made a joke saying, damn, Destiny's been working out. I guess you're the one who believed my joke, dumbass.
It's always nice to be in a cold room. It's the darkest room. Watch some of the favorite movies. On the wall, you can see some of my favorite films over here. So as you can see here, 3 Arnold Classic trophies here. This is my first Muscle and Fitness cover ever. I was 21 years old in this picture.
I'm not convinced on the second-hand leather argument. Saying it promotes the fashion of leather could 1, be said for wearing very convincing vegan leather, and 2, isn't a rights violation. I wouldn't wear a leather jacket or anything, but only from my preference.
Well, I don't think it's a particularly strong argument because there's a lot of fake leather clothing. I think that argument's much stronger when it comes to fur. Thanks for the donation though, Jaquavius.
Sit up.
They can't wait to get started. Flat on your back with your shoulders on the mat is no place to be. A reversal. Can he capitalize on it? Uh-oh. Come on. You got to stop this guy before he really gets going. Look at this. Look at this. That's cheap.
I remember you watched a video where Big Lenny had a hole in his ankle because it was rotting away from diabetes. How the fuck is he still alive?
He must have some good genes, dude, because any normal person would be dead by now. So, I don't know. He's just able to persevere. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja.
Strategy Mine, Oklahoma ass.
Better sit up for me.
And there it is. The FU. 1, 2, 3.
To see you on next go round.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
Bye. Bye.
Stu, what are you doing?
Making chocolate pudding.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Why on earth are you making chocolate pudding?
Because I've lost control of my life. Here's your pudding, Angelica.
Oh, that's okay, Uncle Stu. I'm not hungry anymore.
We're gonna get Dale. You don't have to tape it. I get a private beating.
Whatever happens between you and them behind closed doors happens.
Yeah,
That's none of our
you
fucking
guys got the
business.
money.
They both said they do it.
They'll do it. I guarantee you
Tell
they'll
them to
do
wake
it.
me up for the private beating.
Okay.
Be with me. Hope to see you, baby. Come on, Leonard. You ain't got shit.
Was that Dale's first show? I remember he came in way leaner in another show. Scared of the Vegan donated $2. Muslim Lantern is known for being a fucking coward when it comes to debates. They like to prey upon unknowledgeable opponents. His audience has even admitted to the Prophet being a pedo, and they're proud of it.
March of 2020. Hello everybody. So in March of 2023, I joined in a live stream on the channel of Muhammad Ali, the Muslim Lantern, where he invited atheists to call in and challenge them on evolution. I did so, and I produced my own video shown here analysing my part in that discussion. I checked back on the original video to see if there were any new comments, and then realised that they had edited out my participation. I wanted to be absolutely sure, so I checked on my video where I referenced their video, and that video was timed at 3 hours and 14 minutes and 50 seconds, as you can see here. When I check on the channel of the Muslim Lantern now, the video is 2 hours, 40 minutes and 17 seconds, so they have completely removed my part of the live stream. Ironically, there is a pinned comment by the Muslim Lantern on his video where he complains that atheists have been hiding and have not been representing their arguments. This shows the cowardice of the Muslim Lantern.
What a fucking loser. Yeah, he's a insane young earth creationist, doesn't believe in evolution, and he's a cowardly fucking moron who can't actually argue, and he heavily censors his comment section, edits out parts of his videos that make him look bad. That's just typical of fucking Muslims. They're all just cowardly liars. Thanks for the donation, Scared of the Vegans.
Oh, fuck. You gotta be a freak. Boy. You gotta be a freak. YouTube.com. Don't forget to subscribe. Peace out. Hand game nice.
Alright, well that was good.
Right? You say, we're evaluating the best options. I mean, that's where Logan was back in January. He was evaluating. Am I supposed to believe 6 months later, you guys haven't figured this out? You've gathered all the boys in the office, brainstorming every single day. How do we refund people? And you don't know?
Now, recall that we talked about how Logan Paul is currently being sued in real life by Tom Kirker, attorney Tom, in arbitration, and they're seeking damages caused by Paul's crypto venture. But perhaps the most shocking thing about this whole thing is that Logan Paul's lawsuit, the complaint, actually admits a whole bunch of the stuff that attorney Tom was going to have to prove for that case, which is one of the reasons you should never file performative lawsuits in the first place. Even though it's the right thing to do, not filing a performative lawsuit, you should do it for self-interested reasons. Here, it'll very likely prejudice the defense of his case against the accusations in the other arbitration. Moreover, the whole complaint basically admits that CryptoZoo was broken beyond belief, which most people would qualify as a scam, but Logan Paul just claims to be a victim of his own developers. Now,
yeah, this is a slap suit if I've ever seen one. Logan's a fucking shithead, like an actual fucking asshole. He's clearly doing this just to harm CoffeeZilla, no other reason. He's rich and he can afford to waste money on a bullshit lawsuit. He knows CoffeeZilla isn't rich, or at least as rich as him. So he's just going to try to draw this out for as long as he can to just try to make this guy lose money. Fucking dickhead.
Now, it's not dispositive, but Merriam-Webster defines a scam as a fraudulent or deceptive act or operation. Paul committed $1.8 million to pay people back, but for some reason after 6 months, he never followed through on his 3-step plan. Though, in fairness, since there is a whole bunch of pending litigation, that might be the reason why he hasn't taken remedial steps. You need to figure all that out before you can start paying out millions of dollars. But still, one is allowed to have the opinion that by not paying off...
Women who want to be curvy donate $2. I was always very thin, despite I ate much more than others. Since going vegan, it's even harder to gain weight. Eat a lot of nuts and fats, but lately I've been sick of eating soy every day. What does your day of eating look like? How many calories? Thanks, VG. I've been eating an average of 3,000 to 3,500 calories per day. It's mostly sweet potatoes and tofu. And I'll add in some fats, like some fat sources like olive oil or avocados. And I'll have a mix of vegetables along with that. And then, occasionally I'll have some junk food here and there. But that's most of what I eat. And I'll have some fruit smoothies too. If you're having issues adding calories, I would just try eating some... like high-calorie shakes or smoothies. So just have like a scoop of protein powder, add in some peanut butter, maybe like a couple bananas, and then mix that up. And then you've got like pretty easily like around 700-800 calories, if not more, from that. Pretty easy to, just down some shakes if you need to eat more food. Another important thing is making sure you weight lift. So make sure you're in the gym lifting weights, because if you're not lifting, you're not going to have favorable body composition changes if you're gaining weight. Thanks for the donation, though, women who want to be curvy. Hope that helps.
Off the victims that you're simply perpetuating a scam. Here's CoffeeZilla reading from the post where Paul outlined what he would do.
I mean, listen, he had more of a plan, Logan did, back in January. I'm not even sure what there is to even still figure out, because way back then, January 16th, he said, I've committed more than 1.8 million for those who do not want to wait for CryptoZoo to be completed. Players will be able to burn their base eggs and base animals for their mint price. I mean, there it is. That's the plan. Pay a blockchain dev to code that up and pay the victims their money. That's it.
This video also calls Paul out for not explaining himself for the delay in paying people back. And I can't fathom that there's anything false here. Many people were wondering about their refunds, but Logan Paul wasn't responding to them, leading them to conclude that he was being deceptive when he made the promises. Again, people are allowed to have their opinions based on the disclosed facts. And even CoffeeZilla predicted that Logan Paul would eventually claim that he had to be silent because he was a defendant in a lawsuit.
Only he's tried this before, and it didn't make a lot of sense then either.
I had to rely on my team. I crumbled internally, and the advice was, while actual legal process was going on because of criminal investigation taking place that CoffeeZilla highlighted in his series, I had to stay silent. And for a year, I'm hounding Jeff. How do we make this right?
So at base, CoffeeZilla is going to have two probably pretty good defenses. First, these comments are 100% true. And second, they form the basis of his legally protected opinion, which is that Paul is a scammer because he cheated his fans out of millions of dollars. And then finally, Paul's third claim is that a January 5th, 2024 YouTube video called Logan Paul's Refund,
Jake Bro went on Piers the other day. Okay, we might watch that.
Still accused Paul of orchestrating a massive con, referred to Paul as a serial scammer, and claimed that Paul scammed those who bought Zoo tokens or CryptoZoo egg NFTs.
It is still 100% within Logan Paul's power as a near billionaire with Prime to make things right, fully right, with his fans who he scammed.
On January 4th, 2024, Paul officially announced on X that his CryptoZoo egg NFT buyback program was operational. He posted a link to a website where holders could submit a claim for buyback, with Paul committing up to $2.3 million of his own money to the effort. And on that same day, Paul sued Ibanez and Greenbaum, alleging that they'd scammed Paul and he relied on their advice. Now, CoffeeZilla's January 5th video was published one day after Paul sued the developers and finally made a refund offer. Paul claims that since CoffeeZilla had many of the documents and text messages Paul cited in his lawsuit, that any characterization of Paul as a con or a scammer is false and defamatory. But CoffeeZilla's video explains that Logan Paul's refund offer came with a bunch of strings. He was offering up to $2.3 million, but the estimated damages are more than $18 million, and anyone who accepts the refund must waive their legal rights to participate in a lawsuit filed by attorney Tom or in any other legal action against Paul.
Logan may be losing. Put in that light then, this refund starts to look less like a good faith attempt to make things right and more like a cynical bargaining chip to avoid getting in even more trouble.
Now, I don't know if Logan Paul is acting in good faith, but CoffeeZilla is perfectly entitled to that opinion. And there's no way to prove that factually, in Logan's brain, he had good intentions all along, including when his lawyers made a settlement offer. But CoffeeZilla certainly has plenty of reasons for concluding that there was a con and a scam. And as he points out in the video, he watched Logan's fans beg for a refund for 3 years.
But I was wrong. I mean, I wasn't wrong the first time he said I was wrong when he said he was going to still finish the game. I was wrong that he was going to do it at all.
But even after 12 months of work, you've still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information. See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that CryptoZoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? Trust me, CryptoZoo is coming. I will make damn sure of it.
Oops, so much for making damn sure of it, because there's no game.
And despite hemming and hawing about the game, Logan Paul didn't actually finish the CryptoZoo game. And ironically, the lawsuit that Logan Paul filed against the developers...
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Let me take a look.
This woman threatened a man and she paid for it.
Keep your eyes to yourself. Don't come up on me, okay? Sit down. Sit down. I'm not even bothering you. Don't come up. Don't come up on me. I told you not to come up on me.
This woman threatened a man.
Well, that's what happens. Let me look at that again. Okay, this... Yeah, that guy was in the wrong lane. I think the spiker has really shitty turn signals, but this guy was driving in the wrong lane. What an asshole. Jesus.
I know.
What a dickhead. Okay, it's just a crash. Whoa! Well, that's some bad luck. Thanks for that donation, Oakgoat. Jalen donated $2. Why do you hate the black pill? Because everything they say is anecdotal, maybe? No, it's just mostly fucking stupid. For one thing, they claim that women prioritize looks in a relationship, which there is no evidence to qualify that kind of claim. If anything, men are the ones that prioritize looks, not women. Secondly, they have this retarded culture where rather than acknowledging that, yeah, women care about looks, but there's ways to improve your own personal appearance. There's ways to, you know, make up for your lack in appearance by improving your social skills, making more money, dressing nicer, stuff like that. They just have this like doomer culture where it's like, well, you're bad looking, you're going to be alone forever. They're just losers. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen.
Made good use of CoffeeZilla's investigations and videos about Ibanez's background and Greenberg's secret sales of tokens.
Turns out Eddie Ibanez's entire backstory was a fabrication, including the MIT NFL story. Can you believe it? It's like, yeah, we know. And then he goes, yeah, well, you won't believe what I discovered. Crypto King secretly sold tokens. Yeah, we know. Logan just shamelessly rips off my work claim for claim without citing me. I mean, he says things like Mr. Greenbaum would later admit that he made millions of dollars through his surreptitious sales of Zoo tokens. But where did Logan find that admission? Was it perhaps when he investigated my video? Time and time again, this lawsuit copies my work, but is embarrassed to cite it. So they even have to say things like, based on public reports. What public report? Mr. Ibanez made approximately $1.7 million from selling Zoo tokens. I could swear I've heard that before. And for my calculations, he made about $1.7 million.
So Logan Paul has sued CoffeeZilla for...
Okay, that's really, really bad. If they're citing his own video as evidence in the lawsuit against CoffeeZilla, that's gonna be really bad. Like, oh my god, that's so stupid.
For making false statements because he keeps repeating facts that Paul has acknowledged in his own lawsuit against the developers are true. But Logan Paul just doesn't like how CoffeeZilla has characterized these facts. Now, sure, Logan Paul wants people to look at these same facts and conclude that he had positive intentions and that he got taken advantage of the bad guys. And maybe you do, but you're also welcome to conclude that Logan Paul is a serial scammer because two people can draw different conclusions from the same facts and it doesn't qualify as defamation. And while things that are labeled as opinion can sometimes give rise to defamation, they still need to be a verifiable fact. And there's actually case law applying the word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme. And courts have decided that using the word scam in the context of a cryptocurrency scheme is generally not a verifiable fact that can be proved true or false. But even if you could, it would still qualify as an opinion. And that makes sense. We call things scams all the time when there's an outcome that we don't necessarily like. Logan Paul asserts that you can only use the word scam to describe something where they intentionally intended something to steal money from someone, but that just doesn't jive with the regular definition of scam that we use all the time. Though it might actually apply in this case too. We don't know. Now, Logan Paul's lawsuit seeks compensatory damages for the harm to his reputation, emotional distress, and punitive damages, and an injunction to prevent CoffeeZilla from continuing to report on CryptoZoo. But the bottom line is that Logan Paul filed this lawsuit because he wants to silence his main critic.
Yeah.
And that's the very definition of a slap suit. And even though CoffeeZilla won't be able to use the TCPA, he still has every other defense to a defamation lawsuit, including his statements are true facts, and also his own opinions. The First Amendment also protects rhetorical hyperbole, which is how we describe exaggerated over-the-top speech employed for rhetorical effect. And frankly, even if these statements were defamatory, Paul would probably struggle to prove damages. Now, so far, CoffeeZilla hasn't said anything publicly, which is very smart. He's hired some great attorneys, and it looks like he'll let them do the talking, which, again, is smart, because when it comes to IRL legal disputes, this shit gets real. Now, as far as I know, CoffeeZilla has not started a GoFundMe or a campaign to recoup any of his legal defense costs, and those can get astronomically expensive. Ethan Klein of H3H3 incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in a fair use dispute, and that was 10 years ago. But the next best thing would be to support CoffeeZilla on Patreon, which is where he gets most of his funding anyway. I'll put a link to CoffeeZilla's Patreon in the
Just wondering how many followers he has on Patreon. Yeah, I don't know how many followers he has. Like, CoffeeZilla's making decent money, right? He has a pretty big channel. Okay, yeah. He probably doesn't need GoFundMe money. He's making really fucking good views. And he has multiple channels too.
Description of this video. I highly recommend becoming a member of CoffeeZilla's Patreon and contributing what you can. CoffeeZilla does great work.
Your debate was hilarious with that Indian dude. I loved hearing him say pineapple on a pizza, a pineapple on a pizza 100 times over. I even saw you smirk a few times trying not to laugh. Pineapple on a pizza.
Pineapple on the pizza. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Sego. That guy just had no fucking clue. completely and utterly inept at debating. How is Daredevil still Christian in a universe where Thor exists? Yeah, I know. Captain America is also Christian. It's just absolutely retarded. You literally meet, you know, a god that has been talked about in legend, and then you still believe in some other religious belief. Like, it's just so stupid. It's great.
And it would be a real shame to let someone like Logan Paul silence CoffeeZilla. And in fact, I did a little digging and found that CoffeeZilla is actually represented by some very good attorneys. In fact, if you've been watching this channel for a while, you might actually have heard of them, because CoffeeZilla has retained Mark Bankston and Bill Ogden over at Farrer and Ball. They have been spearheading much of the defamation litigation against Alex Jones and are responsible for the approximately $50 million verdict for the Texas plaintiffs against Jones. And Bankston in particular is responsible for what might be the cross-examination of the decade, when he created the Perry Mason moment, when he crossed Alex Jones on the stand and caught him in a lie after Jones's attorney accidentally sent Bankston the contents of Jones's phone. We talked about that at the time. It was an epic and textbook cross-examination skewering. So CoffeeZilla is in pretty good hands. But don't take it from me, I reached out to CoffeeZilla's lawyers and got Mark Bankston on the phone. Mark, thanks for being here. You are actually representing CoffeeZilla, is that correct?
No, that's correct. My partner Bill Ogden.
Oh, damn. He's got the fucking lawyer who sued Alex Jones.
And I have agreed to represent CoffeeZilla in this very exciting suit.
You know, in the world of online lawyers, there's a whole spectrum of people that are qualified and that are not. A quick perusal of your resume seems to indicate that you guys know your way around defamation.
Yeah, most folks are probably aware of my defamation practice through the lawsuits that I brought against Alex Jones and InfoWars on behalf of several Sandy Hook parents. This situation is used on a different foot. This will actually be the first time that we are defending someone from a defamation suit, but it is something we very strongly believe in this particular case.
What has happened so far?
Right now, very little has happened. There hasn't been an answer in the suit or anything like that. You would usually, in most states at this point, face an anti-slap motion. That type of motion is not available in federal court in the Fifth Circuit in Texas. In this case, the federal court venue was chosen, and there seems to be no obvious reason for that except to avoid the anti-slap motion. Ironically, this is a very, very vicious attack on CoffeeZilla's reputation that really he has no way to vindicate except going in the court and winning on this suit.
Reading the complaint, I was very surprised that Logan Paul had completely
Dude, this is gonna be a fucking slam dunk. Logan Paul is actually a piece of shit. You know, I used to think he was just, you know, a jackass. Yeah, you know, just a normal, everyday dipshit kind of guy. But Logan is actually a fucking turd. Why did the... Yeah. Changed my fucking mic volume again. Yeah, Logan's actually a fucking turd piece of shit. There's nothing more scumbaggy to me than some dude who is just extravagantly wealthy, you know, attacking some normal, everyday fucking jackass, just out of pure spite and resentment. I cannot stand that. Mangus donated $2, bro. Don't even try to stop, lol. Let me see. Why didn't he... Yeah, like, when you see that, you should press the brakes. A horn isn't gonna do you much good. What a fucking idiot. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh, that is such a nice squirrel. Oh my god. Dude, I wish I had squirrel friends. Squirrels are just the fucking best. Yes, that's my little chicken. Chicken is a very nice rabbit. That's a good chicken. Thanks for the donation, Mangus.
rehabilitated his image, and then CoffeeZilla just came out of nowhere and besmirched him for no reason whatsoever. So I found that to be very surprising.
Yeah, it seems far-fetched. I guess we'll have to see where Discovery takes us on that. Definitely. I mean, look, you can look at this suit, and it has all of the hallmarks of a classic slap suit. There's not a single person on this planet who can look at the situation and say that CoffeeZilla knew and intended to tell lies about Logan Paul. You know, I think I knew it before he became my client. I think I know it way more now. If there's something that man cares about, it's the truth. He is devoted to that principle, like very few journalists that I see today. This case really presents a David and Goliath type problem. You look at somebody like CoffeeZilla, yes, he has a lot of YouTube subscribers. I mean, I'm sure he makes money. You know, I'm sure he does fine. He's not anywhere near the capacity of his opponent. I mean, his opponent has an unlimited war chest to come at him and could essentially use this suit to drive him off the internet. We're not going to let that happen.
So in terms of next steps, I would assume there would be a motion to dismiss based on the allegations of the complaint, or maybe if you wanted to get feisty, pre-answer discovery. I don't know if that's available.
Absolutely. I mean, look, you can't look at that complaint and not think judgment on the pleadings. I mean, that's just what you think the moment you see it. Are the statements being made even something that can be verified as true or false? What does it mean to call something a scam? The word scam can be interpreted a lot of different ways, and it does not mean one thing to all people. Businesses and bad deals are described as scams constantly.
This is not the only suit that Logan Paul is in related to the crypto scheme. He's currently facing other lawsuits related to the nature of that, and it seemed to me that a lot of those allegations are going to be deleterious for the litigation that he's in outside of this particular case.
The thing that I kept thinking to myself is that if I'm any one of those claimants in those cases, I'm extremely interested in the things that were said in this complaint. And as a result, going to be very interested in how this lawsuit progresses. All right, dude. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot. Take care. But even with great lawyers, lawsuits are still stressful, and it's easy to lose your appetite, unless you use today's sponsor.
Well, Logan Paul's a fucktard. President Joe Biden drops out of 2024 presidential race. Let's see. President Joe Biden announced Sunday that he will end his presidential re-election campaign, bringing an abrupt and humbling conclusion to his half-century-long political career and scrambling the race for the White House just 4 months before Election Day. Biden, 81, could not reverse growing sentiment within his party that he was too frail to serve and destined to lose to Donald Trump in November. Why is that link not working? Over the past 3.5 years, we've made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation and lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. Yeah, great. Appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. While it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I'll speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me reelected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember we are the United States of America. So I don't know what the plan is for who's going to run for the Democratic Party now. Again, the best case scenario would seem to be have Kamala Harris, but I don't know if the Democratic Party is going to agree to have Kamala run. Harris says she will earn and win Democratic nomination. Considering how retarded the Democrats are, like, I mean, they chose Hillary over Bernie Sanders to run in 2016. They might be stupid enough to not have Kamala Harris run.
I don't know, man. It's like the Wild West, isn't it? The Supreme Court decision, an assassination attempt, that debate, and now this. We are living in historic times.
Yeah, they seem to have been since 2007 onwards. every day is a new historical event, yeah?
Well, it's interesting. So here's where I'm curious what you think. We say, especially since 2016, that every election is the most consequential.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think history will look back and say it was 2024, 2020, or 2016? Because I still think you can make a really good argument that 2016 was kind of like the hinge point of modern American politics because it allowed Trump to take the White House. What do you think? Do you think that of the 3 election cycles that you've really been covering politics, which one does your gut say in hindsight will be seen as the most consequential?
Sego Donatello's react. These are all good. No gore. These Terry's got balls, you got to admit. Jesus, what a disgusting scumbag. Close distance kills are fucking beauty. Martyr is Al Din Al Qassam brigades. Published footage of them targeting a group of IDF swines. I'm not gonna play this on stream. Doesn't really matter if there's no gore. If there's people getting killed, I can't show it.
Yeah, nigga. You know damn well I was gonna pull up on yo ass, Richie. It's fucking over. Over. Over ERO of the year. Your Lord and Savior Sleepy Joe HS dropped out. My nigga Trump is now for sure gonna win. Even Alan Lightman says so, ha ha ha.
Has Alan Lichtman said anything about this? I'm interested to see what he has to say. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Let me see this. These videos are fucking stupid. There are no confirmed kills, and the explosion clearly didn't directly hit any of the soldiers. Like, that's an RPG. Unless it's like a just high explosive round that's not meant for armor penetration, I wouldn't expect that to cause a kill. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, these Twitter videos of the of Hamas attacks. There's never any confirmed kill or destruction. You just see them shooting and then nothing. So here's the other video. Hamas soldiers attack an IDF Merkava tank using an Al Yassin rocket from close range. Again, no confirmed kill, no confirmed destruction of the tank. They just shoot, run away, and then people act as though, aha, Hamas got him. Well, you don't see anything. Depressed asshole donated $2. Pretty sure Biden stepping down guarantees Trump presidency. You really think the U.S. will vote for a black woman? Project 2025 incoming. U.S. is fucked. Look, the Democratic Party said that about Trump. They said the US wouldn't vote for somebody who's literally retarded, no experience in politics, and they did. Trump has a very low approval rating, and again, the best model for predicting election outcomes is Alan Lichtman's 13 keys system, and even if Kamala Harris runs, that model has the greatest predictability. Like, yeah, her being a black woman's a bit of an X factor, but we do know incumbency, it has a great predictive effect on election outcomes, so even though she's a black woman, she still has the benefit of incumbency. Let me see. Alan Lichtman. Let me see if he posted anything about this yet. No, nothing. TikTok? He might have posted something on X. No, that was his last. Oh, wait. Biden has dropped out, but the Democrats could still salvage the contest key if they unite behind Harris. Yeah, well, that's his opinion. Like, again, it's the Democratic Party. They're fucking idiots. They're terrible when it comes to, like, party selection, so there's a good chance they're not going to have Harris run.
The capacity of the President of the United States in any size, shape, or form. But, yeah.
Do you remember...
All right, let's see. Hamza, I fell off, self-improvement. Eric Janicki, full day of growing tumors for my family.
Viewing a pro bodybuilder's full day of eating. His name is Eric Janicki.
What is going on, YouTube Fitness family? I know I'm starting this video abrupt in my...
You know, I wonder if Sverige is going to say he could kick this guy's ass. I'm kind of thinking because Sverige is a narcissist and he can't handle if anybody's like better looking or stronger or something than him, he'll try to like avoid that sort of personal embarrassment he feels by saying he might have big muscles, but that won't do anything for him in a fight. I could easily bite his eyes out of his head and beat him in a fight.
Jesus, he looks abnormal. Ugh.
Sverige calling somebody, like telling somebody they look abnormal. Right, you're telling me, dude.
So many veins on the stomach, so many drugs being abused, growth hormones, steroid hormones. Unbelievable. Oh.
Yeah, Lichtman said Biden dropping out was foolish and self-destructive. Again, Biden is pulling as good or better than any other possible Democratic candidate, so why would you have Biden drop out? It makes no sense.
Well, he only has underwear on.
Like, again, Biden's former chief of staff said he was staying in the race, so either the only thing that I can think of for why Biden would drop out is if he's feeling like he's gonna die soon. He did just get COVID, and maybe he's just feeling really sick and frail, like he just can't do this anymore. Because it doesn't seem like any of the pressure within the party kind of forced his hand and he was like, okay, I'll step down. It sounds more like a personal thing to me. Like his health.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Why do you start a video like this? That's super...
Sverige hasn't really ever been in a fight. He's beaten women before, so he nearly killed his ex-girlfriend Luna by basically sucker punching her in the face when she didn't expect it. I've seen him shove a woman at a restaurant one time. The only other time he's been attacked was when one of Luna's either new boyfriend or a family friend chased after Sverige, and Sverige got his ass kicked. Sverige just ran away like a little girl and got beat up. So he's never really been in a fight. The closest thing to a fight he's ever been in, again, is him just getting his ass kicked when he was stalking Luna. Mike donated $2. This might be a dumb question, but isn't a calorie deficit mini starvation? I don't know what you mean by mini starvation, but a caloric deficit by definition is inputting less energy than you are expending. So that does cause a loss in body tissue, preferentially fat, and that makes you lose weight. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Super strange.
Briefs in my bedroom, but I'm excited. I feel really good. I'm a week out. We have one of our last depletion days before we fill next week. Is about to be.
Can you check out Patrick Baboumian's posts? Posts on where? YouTube or Instagram? He has Uncaged. This is like a month ago. I'm with Kamala Harris. The choice is now crystal clear. Rapist and misogynist who weaseled out of military service against strong, brilliant woman who has served her country throughout her life. Party that has made it either goal to take away women's rights against a party that is defending those rights. Yep, absolutely base take. Kamala Harris is the most sensible pick because, again, that has the greatest predictive capability of a Democratic Party victory. So again, if they don't run Harris, they make it easier for Trump to win because Kamala Harris is the only one who has the incumbency, benefit.
Peak week, but as you know, that means we're digging hard this last few days to really bring glycogen down, try to rip off maybe that last little bit of body fat, start to reduce any water weight. So
it's really sad. So many insecurities. You have to be really messed up mentally, really beat down to go to these lengths.
By the way, this is coming from a guy who nearly killed his girlfriend at the time, sucker punched her when she was helping him film a video because he got the idea in his head that she thought he wasn't manly enough. So he decided to like beat her nearly to death. So yeah, who's the insecure one?
To destroy your body. It's very severe destruction.
So carbs are low today. I'm gonna walk you guys through a full day of eating, but first, let's get a little physique update to see where I'm at. About 9 days out, something like that. We'll see how it's looking here.
Co-founder of Kick Train Rext tells stories from his childhood. Stories start at 2:25. Maybe you can relate to some since you're both around the same age.
Yeah. 2:25.
A nice guy. Like, it was literally like a movie, right? Like a TV series, right? Like, I remember so clearly who they were, but like, it wasn't that serious. If you weren't the cool kid, it wasn't that miserable because you were so young, it didn't matter, right? Like, but the transition to 6th grade, I didn't transition well, right? I still looked like I was in elementary school in 6th grade. Like, not looks wise, I was growing up, my voice was deep, but the way I dressed, the way I presented myself, the way I talked. And I remember, like, all my friends that I thought were my friends, my best friend in the world, I remember. And this was my first actual, I remember to this day. So for those that don't know this, this was like one of the first strikes to my heart. You know, the first time I felt that feeling in regards to like society and like the social sphere, not like, you know, personal stuff, you know, in other places. I'm talking in regards to like the social sphere is my first like heartbreak, right? And I remember how it felt, that sharp pain in the chest, the shattering feeling as if everything in your...
I don't care. This is just gay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Watch if you have time. I also saw a pro-Palestine march in Ottawa where they called Trudeau a war criminal.
All right, let me see.
All right, yesterday I saw a little reference.
Yeah, Trudeau's a fucking useless bitch, but I wouldn't call him a war criminal.
To a sort of a comedian guy that I had lost a lot of respect for. Not that I had much respect, to be honest, in the beginning, but I'll relate the story. So, back.
Imagine being a scrawny man that beats on women, picks on vegans, used to lift weights but didn't make the gains, has a 4-foot forehead with a fake hairline and has the nerve to tell a bodybuilder he looks abnormal with insecurities. What a bitch.
Yep. It's all a projection, dude. Pretty much any criticism Sverige makes against anybody else is just a projection of his own insecurities. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Ninja.
Back in 2007, when I was deployed to Afghanistan, you know, we were working really, really hard. I mean, we were tired, exhausted. It was just nonstop trauma. You know, life was, you know, relatively not that great at the time. You know, there were, you know, we were, you know, walking everywhere. I mean, it was just a constant grind. And occasionally the USO would put on shows, you know, a couple of probably 3 or 4 in the 6 months I was there. And, you know, generally they were decent diversions for, just take your mind off the constant horrific trauma that you were seeing. And Afghanistan, obviously being a primarily Muslim country, alcohol is forbidden, you know, so the U.S. military adopted a...
I have no confidence Harris would win. As much as I would love to see a black woman president, no one wants that. Not only do white people hate black women, even black men hate black women. America is so racist that they're willing to have Trump again.
I don't think any of that matters. People said that about Obama when he was running, so that clearly does not matter as much as you think it does. Thanks for the donation, though, DJ Soulchild.
Policy that zero alcohol. Not that I'm much of a drinker, I never really was, but you know, so this is the thing, and they were literally, I remember seeing airmen being Article 15 and, you know, demoted because they were caught with a single beer. So that's how serious the U.S. military was taking this. And so we had this particular actor, or comedian, I guess, or both, come in to sort of entertain us. And so I remember myself and the other surgeon with me, the guy's name Dr. Tom Large, and we were pretty exhausted. We're like, oh, we're going to go see this comedian. It's just something to sort of change things up a little bit of entertainment to take your mind off the constant horrific stress you were under. And I remember it was raining and we had to walk everywhere. It was probably, you know, maybe half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile. So we walk in the rain, we're all soaking wet. We get to the little auditorium where this was being held, and Comedian's name was Tom Arnold. Now, you guys remember him. He was, I guess, the wife of Roseanne Barr, or no, the husband of Roseanne Barr at one point, and you know, done some movies over the years. But I remember he was on stage, and we were listening, and you know, he walks out there, and it becomes very apparent within the first, minute of him talking that he is just drunk. He's literally completely slurring his words, inebriated.
Do you think Kamala Harris is hot? Black girls aren't usually my type, but I think she's hot and looks very good for 59 years old.
Whoa, she's 59? I didn't realize. Is she actually? Whoa, she does actually look really fucking good for 59. Damn. Yeah, she actually does look extremely good for her age. I don't think she's hot, though. Thanks for the donation, retard. Riley donated $2. Whereabouts is the evidence that Palestinians worship Hitler? I never claimed they worship Hitler. They idealize Hitler and Nazis. You can just look up... like, this has been going on since World War II, or even before World War II, back in the 1930s when the Nazis took power. The Mufti was having direct conversations about Hitler with eradicating the Jews, and since then, there's been a lot of pro-Nazi sentiment within Palestine. You will typically hear the phrase, Hitler spared your lives so that he could show the world how wicked you are. So just look up Hamas, Hitler, or Hamas Nazism. You'll find video clips online of Hamas members talking about how they like Hitler and the Nazis and they wish Hitler wiped them all out. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Can we react to these ments without skipping or spending up?
We can react to that in a bit. Thanks for the donation type shit.
Completely untrue. Many black people voted for Obama for the sole reason that he was black. Kamala won't get that same luxury. Black women don't get anywhere near the same respect as black men.
That's great. Don't care. Thanks for the donation, Pharaoh.
OMG.
Whoa, that's a good cow.
One of the best part about pet cows, other than the fact that they're just big dogs, the cuteness aggression. Because here's the thing, we all have it. You see a cute cat, you see a cute kid, you just want to squeeze it, you know? But you can't. You can with these. Her face is the size of my body. So I can just give her the biggest squeeze I got. And she doesn't care. That didn't hurt. She loves.
That's amazing. I'd love a pet cow. Cows are amazing. That's a good cow. Wow. That's a really good fucking cow. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
So bad that it was everybody was looking at him like, what the F are you doing? BS. And we just turn around with a war like that. I really
Yeah, I don't know why I was sent this video. Well, that stinky monkey's getting a bath.
This guy owns a baby pet monkey named Pika, who's not even a foot tall and walks around on 2 feet with his little backpack that he likes to wear, looking like he's headed to school.
Yeah, that's just stupid. That's a good hamster.
All right, I'll let you guys in on a little secret.
I'm not gonna bother watching this. That's just gonna be stupid, boring shit. Thanks for the donation though, Grandam.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great today. So, not only is Kamala Harris a black woman, but did you know that she's also Indian? That would probably partially explains this article.
Flashback, Kamala Harris said she would support eating less meat if elected president. So, is she vegetarian? Before she dropped out of the 2020 presidential race, Vice President Harris said she supported changing the food pyramid to incentivize Americans to eat less red meat because of climate change. Yeah, I have no idea if she's vegetarian. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Do you really think people are going to vote for some half-breed nigger bitch in the fucking White House? Kamala Harris is literally a diversity hire just to pander to woke SJW voters. Her approval rating is even worse than Biden's. Trump 2024.
Was it like 10% lower, something like that? I think Biden's approval rating was like 42, hers is 32. That puts her, I think, slightly ahead of Trump. Maybe not slightly, I think it's like something like 5 points ahead of Trump. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
All right, so I have a weightlifting question of the day. And I've got two of my boys in here who are going to help answer it or maybe not answer it. I really don't know. We're talking about weight distribution on the bar. Now we have Big Victor is here. He's close grip benching. Normally Victor will go 2 25-pound plates and then he'll load 25, 25, 25, right?
Yeah.
Now, does the distribution of the weights have any bearing on how it feels when you're benching? In other words, instead of putting on 3 45-pound plates, what if you put on 2 25-pound plates and you went 10, 10, 10, 10, 10?
Right.
Would it feel any different than if you do it this way? What's up, dude?
Find out. I say just balance. I would think it's going to be that easier to balance this way.
Easier to balance?
This way.
But why? It's the exact same amount of weight on the bar.
Yeah, but it's closer.
I'm not smart enough to understand this, so maybe Chuck here can...
Well, I'm going to look like an idiot, but whatever. You want to get really technical, in my opinion, technically the further out, it should be easier to balance. You think? Tight roping, or walking a fucking... Yeah, walking on. Yes, you're right. Well, there's only one way to find out, right? Last week I did... They get a 20-foot bar. Last week I did 3.5.
Yeah.
If I can do more than 3.5...
Well, I guess we'll find out. I suppose I could always do an experiment putting only 5-pound plates on the bar.
It might be past your max.
Thank you, Chuck.
No problem.
Much appreciated. We can load the bar with 2.5s, and then we can put and then I can try a set with a 25-pound plate, see if I can notice a difference. All right, so I am going to get Nate's opinion on the subject. I really don't know why I'm belaboring this, but I was thinking about it this morning, watching Victor warm up, talking about weight distribution on the bar. See how you have a 45 and a 10? Would that feel any different if you had that bar loaded up with 5-pound plates only, totaling 55 pounds and 55 pounds on each side, as it would with a 45 and a 10?
In my opinion, it would, because it's not solid weight, you know what I mean?
It's not what?
It's not solid weight. When you have one bar like that, it feels more controlled. When you have a whole bunch distributed on the side, it's going to feel like kind of like shaky. Plus, it's going to mess up.
What if you have a clip on it? So the weight, really?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It could be more of a mental thing, but I know some people have problems, even like high-level powerlifters. Like when you're deadlifting with kilo plates instead of these, because when you use these plates, you have to stack more, and it makes a huge difference for the lifter. But that's just my opinion. I like to have just one solid weight instead of having a whole bunch distributed. Why would you put like plate after plate after plate when you could just put one?
Well, let's say if you want to do quick drop sets, if you're not strong enough to pick up a 45-pound plate, I don't know. I'm just like yours truly. I'm just sort of thinking out loud this morning, because normally when Victor close grip benches, he'll put on 45, 45, 25, 25, 25.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And he's changing it up today. He's got 3 45-pound plates on. So that kind of got me thinking about weight distribution on the bar and whether or not you actually feel the difference when you're doing it.
I don't think you feel the difference as in weight, but when balance.
Yep.
And you'll definitely feel the difference between balance.
I have to ask you this question because I really want to know the knowledge of this because I'm weighing myself. I don't see the right weight. I'm really just can't imagine how much weight that I. But what is the formula for the weight of your clothes and your sneakers? How do you figure that out?
3.5, 4 pounds.
How do you figure that out? What's
2
the
pounds,
formula?
a pound, 2.5, a pound and a half, and 2.5 pound and a half of shoe clothes. 3 pounds.
What is this? Is this Kevlar?
It's Kevlar.
Wait a minute. You got money in your pocket? But if you got a lot of money in your pocket, that's when it weighs that much. So what do you weigh today? 214 or 220?
201, 202.
I saw 203 this morning. Why do you
It was
lie?
202, brother.
You were trying to tell me it's 198.
With the clothes off.
With your clothes off. Who takes their weight with their clothes off?
I do.
Jason, do you realize you're military pressing what my dad...
Alan Donatello, I was really disappointed at first with Biden dropping out, but I hope Kamala Harris and Pete Buttigieg run together. What's your opinion? Well, yeah, I mean, ideally, Kamala Harris would be the presidential nominee. I don't know who the ideal vice president pick would be, but Kamala Harris should be the one to run. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Dad grandmother can military press?
This is a warm-up.
It's just getting those shoulders because of that masked muscle.
I mean...
Joe, donated $2. Go to the David call about 40 minutes ago. He argued for veganism
Dad grandmother can military press?
This is a warm-up.
You gave me my own stream.
Joe, donated $2.
Go to the David call about 40 minutes ago. Thanks for the donation, Joe.
Fat. It's not fat. It's masked muscle.
Oh, come on.
I'm no one...
Hold on.
I'm no one to
Can we
talk
make it
shit
heavier?
about...
Hold on. Can we make it heavier?
No. You can't be grunting military pressing 40 pounds.
I thought you were a lean, mean begging machine.
60 pounds I can
Begging machine. Or bagging machine. How much am I benching right now? Well, I just benched 410 for a 1 rep max.
How many garlic knots did you have this week?
None.
Pizza.
None.
Will you do me a favor? Will you take this for a second and just... I want to see something. 60 pounds? Where is that?
Hold on. Let's see this.
I think by loading the bar as described in that video would move the center of mass on that end of the barbell further out, requiring a larger force to move the weight, as mechanically it is essentially a lever problem. Would you agree?
It's not a leverage problem, it just makes it...
How much you wanna bet Fresh and Fit will publicly endorse Trump? BC Kamala is a woman.
Oh yeah, they're also racist too, so... They're gonna endorse Trump even harder on the basis of him running against a black woman. Thanks for the donation, Cody. So loading the bar further out on the end makes it harder to control because you have a mass further away from your hands. And if the mass is further away from your hands, that means if it moves in any way, it's going to have more leverage force against any kind of like twisting. So yeah, it just makes it harder to balance and control. Thanks for the donation though, ABC.
I was about to say that you just wait till Kamala wins the Democratic nomination for president and watch as the hate, racism, bigotry, misogyny, etc. on Trump's side fully blossom and gives swing voters a clear choice on who they're voting for. Lol kid case in P.
I wouldn't be surprised. We all know they're racist, sexist retards, so it wouldn't surprise me. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Joe donated $2. Go to David Call about 45 minutes ago. He argued if evolution is true, we should all be vegan. Jimmy soy raged the fuck out.
Like,
give us your favorite one that you feel the most prepared to defend.
45.
You continue not to engage. This is already going to look horrible for you, the way this is about to end. It will actually look worse if you don't actually take a moment to go ahead and be honest. Would you like to start being honest now, David, or do you want to just let it ride the way it's going?
Wasn't that Skylar?
Oh, I have no idea. Was it Skylar? Oh, David hung up.
I'm pretty sure that was Skylar.
So, sorry, macroevolution is when microevolution has time. And so, David, the evidence is all out there for you. I'm not going to allow you to weaponize your ignorance. If you want to look it up, Forrest Valkai has an excellent series on it. If you want a person who I think is a great creator, if you want to take a literal biology 101 course, you can take Hank Green's course at Khan Academy. There's a wonderful book that I mentioned earlier called Sapiens that talks a lot about different things like the anthropological and DNA evidence, but also sort of the history of sapiens, which is quite fun to learn about as well.
Okay, well, I remain convinced based off of those arguments. But if they are related to apes, then I think they share about 99% of DNA of them. So don't they deserve human rights in that case?
So, sorry, does what deserve human rights?
Monkeys.
No. But it may be the case that they deserve some sort of right. But are you calling to argue on behalf of veganism? Is that what you're doing?
Maybe.
Okay, so are you actually a creationist?
Does it matter?
Yes.
So why aren't you vegan?
Are you actually a creationist, David?
Why do you like killing animals?
David, are you actually a creationist? You just so you know, if you
Why do you like killing animals?
David, if you continue not to engage,
I don't know if I'm gonna get in, but we can always try.
this is already going to look horrible for you, the way this is about to end. It will actually look worse if you don't actually take a moment to go ahead and be honest. Would you like to start being honest now, David, or do you want to just let it ride the way it's going?
Wasn't that Skylar?
Okay, well, that guy didn't really make an argument.
Put it on something that is not restricted by those same rules as far as we know. You are making presuppositions that are even posthumously indefensible. Posthumously is not the word, but after the fact, indefensible.
I think, I mean, yeah, you could just throw your hands up in the air and say, like, well, we can't make any inferences at all.
No, Ashton, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying throw your hands up in the air. I'm saying keep looking for the answer and don't claim to have it until you have adequate reason to accept it.
Right. You can't just get bored and say, well, I wanted an answer by now, so we're going to just go with this one because it sounds nice.
An answer is better than no answer, and that's not true. The wrong answer is worse than no answer.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I guess that was an unfair characterization of your argument, but the sentiment, though, that like that our reason isn't sufficient to conclude anything about how the universe came to be, or
not just insufficient, potentially demonstrably incorrect. That right now there are models which suggest that it is a mistake to put those expectations on anything other than that which is inside the universe. And even then, we're not positive. Black holes and quantum shit throws stuff like crazy. If you want to have the physics conversation, call when Dr. Adair's on again. That guy smart in a way that hurts my feelings.
I mean, yeah, sure. Definitely go in that direction in terms of physics, but I was thinking like in terms of just like not precisely the physical mechanisms involved in like how the universe came to be, but like.
Yeah, I know you said you're uncaused causer, which you haven't.
Well, I'll keep this thing on the side and see if I can get into the call. If I do, then, you know, we'll do that debate.
No, Jason, you cannot grunt. You are not allowed to grunt.
Listen, no grunting.
How about 80?
If I can do that, there's no grunting allowed.
Listen, why are you telling people to do 80 when you're only doing 40?
All right, now you're making me mad, hater. I'm going to do 80
Yeah.
haters.
80. What are you going to do 80 with?
Oh, come on.
There you go. There you go. Pump
Come
them.
on.
Just think that's half your weight.
100.
That's more than half. That's less than half your weight. How much you weigh? 203?
Yeah.
So you should be able to lift at least 102 pounds. Wait, how much? 102 pounds? You do 100. You gotta at least do that. Is that 100? Okay, that's 100. There you go. There we go.
Come on.
Come on. Pump it up. One more. One more. Come on, one more. Come on, let's go.
Come on.
It's so hilarious that Jason got this much popularity on a fitness channel when he's so unfit. Joe donated $2, retard watch. Let me see.
Governor Pritzker's not going to run against her. Cooper's not going to run against her. So I think, as I wrote this morning, this could be a contested election that's uncontested. So, and where that stands. The other thing is, in terms of her running mate, if she is the nominee, there was a lot of talk about Bashir in my sources yesterday. The name that's come up today in Republican circles, and also interestingly in the Trump camp, is Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly is seen by people close to Trump as the smart choice if Kamala Harris is picking a running mate, because he could potentially put a state in play and give that ticket another path, another electoral college path. He's got a hero story. He's a likable guy. And
so I'm pretty sure that's that Gifford's husband from Arizona. Am I wrong about that? What the congresswoman who got shot in the head? Remember that? Yeah. I think that's her husband. I think that's who they're talking about. That's that guy.
Ask me today, based on the Trump analysis and some stuff I've heard from Democrats, watch this develop. If she's a nominee, watch potentially gravitation towards Mark Kelly. So let's start out, guys, talking about the question of Joe Biden. He's a horrible decision maker. He's got a number of difficult decisions. My sources say he's made the big one. Some of the big ones. Will be out of this race probably by Monday. Will continue on as president. And again, unless he changes his mind under pressure, does not plan to endorse in the race, but plans to say very nice things about his vice president.
Yeah, that's who that is. Mark Kelly.
All right, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Joe.
Like Lou Ferrigno in Pumping Iron. Remember that scene when he's military pressing?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. That's the old school.
That's a great
the old
scene.
Days. Look at that. Look at how pumped up you are now. See, that's where your weight comes in, muscle mass.
Yeah.
You're not losing muscle mass. You see, you want to get lean? You can't get lean if you're eating fucking pizza nuggets.
I'm not eating fucking pizza nuggets.
Do I see a new coach in the future here, perhaps?
The coach. I need someone to coach me.
He's a motivational speaker.
Motivational speaker.
Motivator. No, I'm not a motivator. I'm not a motivator. I'm an agitator.
110 for all you haters.
All right, now do 120.
It
What's
only
that?
goes up to 110.
All right, try 110. Easy on those shoulders.
That's why we have bars here you can put weight on over here.
Easy on those shoulders. One. This is the only workout that you're ever going to get.
Come on, go.
Oh,
go again, go again, go again.
One more. Come on, again. One more. Do it again. Do it again.
Joe donated $2. Communism bad.
There are so many more communists in the world than you think. Through my presence online, I've interacted with a lot of different creators. Some in my spheres like history and vintage fashion, some completely unrelated. Many of them are Marxists, communists, or at least very sympathetic to those ideas. Anti-capitalists at the very least. But they see the negativity and harassment that I face from both within and outside of the movement, and they just fear voicing support. They fear making content sympathetic to communism because they don't want to deal with the backlash or can't handle what it might bring them mentally and career-wise. I'm thinking about this today because it's the
Communism is full-fledged retardation.
anniversary of the execution of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. Anti-communism and McCarthyism still have lasting effects in society today, but there is still very much.
Okay, I don't know why you sent me that. Americans, Canadians, Europeans are being deported from Mexico. How the turntables have turned.
Hey, I'll see you on tour in Las Vegas, Chicago, and Grand Rapids. In Chicago, it's stand-up and a live panel show. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and make sure you go to jimmydore.com. Mexico's deporting Americans back to the United States. Can't make this up. According to this tweet, anyway, undocumented Americans moving to Mexico for a lower cost of living is now causing inflation in Mexico.
Mexico is now deporting Americans back to the US because they're fed up. So recently, people in Mexico have been complaining because there's been an increased amount of Americans moving to Mexico without documentation. This has been causing inflation in Mexico since Americans usually don't pay any tax, and they pay in US dollars, so prices have been going up. Just in the past 60 days, there's been over 240,000 immigrant apprehensions, and over 7,000 of them have been deported so far. The reason people are fleeing from the US to Mexico is because they can't afford to live in America anymore, and in Mexico, the US dollar has a lot more value and can go a longer way. However, because of this, people in Mexico are also feeling like Americans have been colonizing in a lot of parts of Mexico, and for locals it's been a struggle since businesses have been naturally raising prices in response to this. People in Mexico are saying this is decreasing the quality of life over there, and everyone using pesos now having to pay more to buy anything.
I'll say this. Funny if it's true. Super ironic. Oh, you know how we love irony.
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Joe. Aaron P. donated $2. Can we watch Republican Men? So I would like to hear your thoughts about this video.
Have you ever seen those polls where like a certain percentage of people are planning to vote for Trump?
I'm not going to bother watching that. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
No pumping, no pumping.
Good.
No cheating. Woo! Wait, you can do it, I can't. I'm gonna go on the Jason diet.
What the hell is the Jason diet?
I'm gonna go on garlic nuts and pizza.
What's your arm then?
That's for, oh, sorry. I'm gonna go for the pizza diet. I think we should raid his locker today. I really do. I really think we should raid his locker and find out what the fuck he's got stashed away. Then he keeps on telling me he's losing weight and he hasn't lost an ounce.
He has a locker?
I think so. We'll have to look for that later. Look at the strength of his foot.
That Swedish strength right
I used
there.
to be able to do that.
You sound like Jason now. How many car accidents have you been in?
Car accidents?
Yes.
2.
So is he. 2 major car accidents.
major car
What a coincidence. You used to be able to do that. You've been in 2 car
I hit a tree doing 75 when I was a teenager. And I ended up.
Riley donated $2. Let me see. Having a parrot looks like it would be a lot of fun.
When are we watching the Trump RNC speech?
Pretty soon. I'll probably start watching it after we watch this Delray Misfits video. Thanks for the donation, Cody. Wow, so sentient.
Here comes the third one.
Yo, baby, I made you mad. Something I might have said. You tipped all around. Oh, the future looks bright instead. Don't be cruel to a heart that's true. I don't want no other love. Baby, it's just you I'm thinking of.
Parrots are silly.
Are you in, Bergie? Where's Elvis? There he is. There he is.
Will Mage $20. Apparently these Hollywood idiots are relieved, smiling about it, and think Harris is no better. Cringe.
This video is for anyone who's sad for Joe Biden because at the end of the day, he is an old man. And it's not hate towards Brooke. I understand feeling sympathy towards old people. Just a reminder, he was a war criminal before he was old. Just a reminder, Joe Biden was a Zionist before he was old. Just a reminder, he approved sending 500-pound bombs not even 2 weeks ago to kill more innocent people.
Sure.
My fellow Americans, I have good news. Genocide Joe, the butcher of Gaza, has withdrawn from the presidential race. His campaign released this written statement on his social media.
These people are nauseating.
The uncommitted vote got us here. Biden would...
Yeah, whatever.
Hi. Peekaboo. Peekaboo.
Those are good birds.
I have returned. So, let us get enlightened by Frank.
Alright, we can do that for you, James. Let's watch some Frank retardation.
We're gonna do a little health and nutrition Q&A. Haven't done this in a while, so if you guys did miss it, just leave your question in the comments below and I'll try to get to it. But we'll jump right in. So, Herm asks, 1 serving of the organ glandular powders is the equivalent efficacy-wise to roughly blank percent of taking the raw organ. When you freeze dry something, it's between like 25 and 35% of the weight of the product. So if you're taking like a 4-gram scoop of our glandulars we have on organ supplements, that's the equivalent of like maybe 20 grams of the actual organ. So that could help you out on ratios there. But generally speaking, if you're taking it every day, that 1 small scoop is a pretty safe bet. Sparrow asks, any tips for sourcing unique raw organs in countries like New Zealand? I've looked at virtually, I mean, unless you're going to like a local butcher and getting the glands yourself, your best bet might honestly be to buy like a lamb or a goat and do it yourself. But there's nothing wrong with the freeze dry.
What a fucking retarded piece of shit. Fuck Frank, dude.
Powder, so no reason to get crazy with the fresh stuff. Taking probiotic source before meal and digestive enzymes after meal, beneficial or meaningless? You probably just take both at the beginning and try to get the correct dose so that your bowel movements are adequately sized and you're not too constipated. Because if you take too many probiotics and too much enzymes, It'll actually just slow down your gut motility and you won't feel as good. George asks, can women absorb nutrients vaginally? Is it possible that some women seek out multiple men because they're malnourished? My experience with vegan girlfriends suggests this might be true. Also, is it possible for a man to detox via seminal release? Oh, God help me. Well, we did a video on this, how a woman does absorb a man's DNA and can become attracted to them.
Oh, this is already so fucking horrible.
Via that. Nutritionally, I would imagine, I mean, I guess if they're doing it every day, I think it does make a difference. There is some truth to that question. I'm sure women do absorb it inside them to some degree, more so obviously if they're swallowing it, but I can't.
The fuck?
Can't imagine it would make that much of a difference unless they were vegan, as you said. But that is true, right? I guess if some of these vegan chicks are down in some baby batter every day, maybe they can't actually call themselves vegan. Sarah asks, will you start drinking water kefir again, or will you stick to only probiotic supplements? I just got to get the batch correct, and I'll try the water kefir some more, but this natural probiotic that we recently came out with has been working very well. I'm happy to say that I can just take the pill before the meal, and then everything digests well, and I feel good. With those new probiotics you have that I just bought, once I have them at home, can I leave them in room temperature cabinet with my other supplements I take at breakfast, or do I need to always keep them in the fridge? I mean, if it doesn't go above like 75 degrees in your kitchen, you're probably fine, but you might as well leave them in the fridge. Like that's the safest bet. Sparrow asks, if I order the probiotic overseas, might it possibly be less effective? Ideally selecting the fastest express option. Some strains are more robust and resilient than others and could survive longer transit time. Could one take a higher dose to make up for the... I mean, there's no telling whether the probiotic's going to be fine and the weather's going to be okay, or if it ends up on like a 120-degree cargo container and it destroys. I can't say that for certain. I don't know. There's no way to know that. If it's on the airplane and it's air freight and you bought express, there's a much lower chance of that happening. Mrs. Wonderland, I've been drinking homemade raw kefir daily for the last 2 months. I took a stool test and my lactobacillus are still non-existent. Why is that? And what other kefir would you suggest to increase lactobacillus in the gut mix? I mean, I would imagine you're not making your kefir properly if your lactobacillus isn't high. And if you're not feeling good after the first few times drinking it, the probiotic's not working. We have the new probiotic on organ supplements that you can try out. I would get a new batch of kefir grains and try that out. I would try some raw yogurt as well, because the lactobacillus strains should certainly be high if you're drinking that much kefir. Seminole, you've said in the past that sweating a lot while being out in the sun tanning is bad. Why is this? I don't know if I've said it's bad, but if you're outside and it's really hot and you're sweating your guts out, you're not going to be able to stay outside for that long and tan. If you want to tan for like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours outside every day, it's got to probably be below like 70 degrees Fahrenheit.
He's recommending people tan for 6 hours a day. What?
Fuck you, James Wade. Why don't you just fuck off to New York and go be gay with Frank? One in the chat if James should be permanently banned from the community.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Poop. Appreciate it. What would happen to the universe if Frank ever becomes plant-based or vegan? I don't know, man. Don't know. It would be very weird.
And a nice breeze out. Otherwise, it's just going to be too hot. You know, you're dehydrating yourself. You're not going to feel good. Clutch Spartan, is it okay to take higher quality fish oil and omega-3? I'm not a fan of any fish oil or supplements, really. I mean, we have the cod liver oil, but that's like a fresh, natural extract. The rest of these fish oil supplements, they actually have to like heat and press and filter. It's pretty processed. So just get some caviar. That's why I sell it as like the only fish product we have on the Mute website. Caviar is your safest bet for omega-3. We have the brain options too now. We have the lamb brains, we have the veal brains. You can even get like the third eye and the big brain supplements on organ supplements if you want some omega-3. Joseph, what would be the best way to reduce facial bloat as much as possible? Obviously, bone structure is most important for a chiseled face, but do foods, electrolytes make a big difference? Your diet has to be really clean, and you have to sleep pretty well and be in a low radiation environment. So if you have all the lifestyle factors in check, generally speaking, your face will not be bloated, and it shouldn't take too long to get there.
If you're fat, your face is going to be more bloated. Like, fat is stored on your face, so if you're fatter, your face is going to be bigger.
You know, if you guys watch my day of eatings, going organic, going high quality, making sure to move and exercise. It's really about getting every lifestyle factor in check, which is easier said than done. I'm not going to explain everything here, but that could be from, making sure you have a filtered water supply, not taking any medications. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. IO9062 asks, thoughts on deer antler velvet? There's a lot of these like testosterone supplements, but...
Is this the same Logan Paul that was to fight Mike Tyson?
That's Jake Paul. Jake Paul is Logan Paul's brother, and Jake Paul was going to fight Mike Tyson. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
When you have actual freeze-dried beef testicle, there's no reason. You're getting the actual natural testosterone extract when you take these glandulars or when you eat animal testicles. So to even consider anything else to me, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Same person asks, Is the glandular therapy used to keep hormone production due to lack of fat on the detox diet? It's lack of organ function on the detox diet. So, you know, when your liver's not working properly, when you don't feel good, when you're not sleeping as well as you should, your testosterone is going to be bad. So that's why someone like me might have to take the glandulars almost every day, whereas the average person maybe only once or twice a week. It's more to give the body a boost. You're not only giving yourself the small amount of bioactive hormones to feel better, you're giving your body the cellular components to bring to your own organs so that you can produce the testosterone more effectively. But again, if your liver's not working, if you're in a very poor health state, your body can't utilize those as well, and you might need to take.
Are you ready for an hour-long twerk yet? Have you been practicing?
I mean, we could do that. It would be very difficult because I haven't had any,
Biden isn't going to be president, ha 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 ha. Faggot pussy ass penis LLLLLLLL.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, niggas for Trump. Appreciate it. I could do an hour-long twerk. I haven't done any aerobic training in the last few months because I've been just focusing on getting my bench up. And I haven't really been twerking lately either, so if I were to do an hour-long twerk, that would be very, very difficult, but, you know, I could do it. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Morbid. I know the male virility powder would improve a man's hormones. Would consuming female beef placenta ovaries be beneficial for a man's hormones? With all the estrogen now, I can't imagine. I would... Maybe if you took it once a month, once every few months, it's probably not the worst idea, but I mean, it's concentrated estrogen. I can't imagine a guy would need that. Aiden Shea, can you talk about why you're okay with taking synthetic supplements? I'm not sure if you've covered this in another video, but I've always been curious. So when you consume a food that's supposedly high in a mineral, like I think a well-known one is Brazil nuts for selenium, the mineral in the food is not necessarily being digested by your stomach because of what it's bound to. So there's the overarching like big problem that you're probably not even digesting the food for the minerals because you could eat all the steak you want. Like I was carnivore for 8 years and I was still deficient in zinc. So your body might not be in a state of health where it can use all its enzymes and the liver and the pancreas and the small intestine might not be able to actually extract the minerals from the food.
As far as I understand, he was never deficient in zinc. I think he got a hair mineral analysis, and that was it, but I don't recall him ever getting a blood test and it showing that he had low zinc levels in his blood.
So if you can't even extract the minerals from the food source, your only option is to take a synthetic supplement. And with most supplements on the market, yeah, it's kind of sketchy because the doses are erratic and they're not actually what you would get from food, but I've formulated all the minerals on organ supplements to be the correct dose from food, and when you take it, you know it's what you're getting. Plus, the downsides of trying to eat such a large amount of food to get a mineral are probably greater than the downsides of any sort of synthetic supplement. So to make that argument is just, it doesn't make any sense. Joseph, what would be the best way to reduce, wait, we're on the same page. Lumbago, what do you think it was to make your liver bad when you had to start thinking about eating in a way that detoxes your liver over time? It would be nice to know so we can make sure not to face the same trouble. The body requires like a balanced amount of macronutrients and micronutrients, and if you're only eating micronutrients on like a carnivore or keto diet, your liver basically gets overloaded with vitamins. Same thing with all the organs get overloaded with vitamins, and you could have years and years worth of vitamin stores that your body can't remove. And the body uses carbohydrates, fiber, and sometimes sugars to remove it. So you've basically consumed too many nutrients for a long period of time, and you have to give the body a break. That's why my current diet is actually pretty low in meat, pretty low in animal foods. These eye drops I've been using, making my nose drip. Probably need to, find something else. What's the quickest way to rid the body of seed oils? I mean, this applies to just being on a standard American diet or eating crappy food in general. You just need to follow a healthy, organic, high-quality food diet for a period of several months. It's more of a long-term thing, and then if you cheat once in a while, it's not as big of a deal. But you are what you eat, so it's going to take X period of time of eating high quality foods to get your body healthy. Just like a few months of it should make you feel a lot better. Can you ship a probiotic internationally with cold shipping? Yeah, but it should be fine. It's just going to be expensive. So you probably, if you're not ordering like 5, 6, 7 of them, it's not really worth it. I know you made a lot of special products on all your sites, Wi-Fi shielding, organ supplements, foods, meats. But if you can only sell one product and everything else on your inventory had to go, which would it be? I mean, that's a kind of crazy question. But I guess at the top of the list, like the probiotic we just came out with on organ supplements is very important. The clothing on Wi-Fi shielding, I'm always wearing that, guys, is very important. Generally, it'd probably be something that I know that people can't get somewhere else, but...
Probiotics do not do fucking shit. Your average person is not going to benefit one bit from taking a probiotic. And the idea that Wi-Fi shielding is important for human health is just fucking retarded.
I can't really answer that question because I do have a lot of unique products that, are not available on any other website or whatever. Highly strange. What are your thoughts on lead in food? There's a lot of researchers, more or less people on Instagram who test food items for lead, and I was curious, is there really anything to worry about? I haven't looked too much into that. We did look into like arsenic in rice, so you guys don't see me eat a crazy amount of rice, but as far as I know, the foods that I choose and in my liver detox diet, they don't have any lead concerns. I might have to look into that and check into that though. Isaac, do you think you'll ever bring back nature's glucose? I actually think about that almost every week. Maybe. It's kind of hard because I'd have to buy like a large amount of honey, and I don't have that filtering net anymore, but I don't know. I'd like to bring it back. I'd like to do it. Maybe we can. Epic Nate, I've been having issues with dry itchy scalp for months. Tried all these different shampoos. Nothing works. I mean, you can follow my liver detox diet, get your gut bacteria and check with natural probiotic. Try that for a month or two. A lot of these health issues, sometimes it tends to take like an entire dietary overhaul to fix the issue, remove the inflammation. I am you. What is bioengineered food and how does it affect us long term? I don't know what you're talking about. If you mean like the laboratory meats and stuff, you can just look at what goes into them, and then you'll know the downsides of each of those ingredients. It's just generally really bad for cellular health. A lot of them tend to use like oxidized seed oils, a lot of synthetic chemicals and flavorings that are bad for the liver, a lot of like estrogenic tofu and very oxidized, low quality.
Oh, the amount of stupidity that he can spew in just one sentence. I don't know what this whole thing about seed oils, where the fuck did that even come from? It's so weird. There's literally no research whatsoever linking seed oils to heart disease, diabetes, cancer, inflammatory conditions, nothing. And he keeps promoting the stupid bullshit. And he says soy is feminizing, right? That's why you're a fucking twink and a gay prostitute.
See, there you go. It is very obvious that James is a homosexual who is sexually attracted to both you and Frank Tufano. Honestly, those hour-long twerk sessions are gayer than sucking dick.
I don't know if James is gay. Like, he is into muscular women, so I don't know. Thanks for that donation, though, Poop.
Body proteins that are just stuff that's very bad for your cellular health. The main downside of any laboratory food is, what we said earlier, you are what you eat thing, except these laboratory foods tend to choose the worst component. At least like if you're having french fries at a restaurant, like the potatoes aren't that bad, it's the seed oil. So you're just getting one thing that's kind of bad. In the case of these bioengineered foods, everything's bad. Every macronutrient component and chemical component is about as bad as it can be for you. Karar, I am 16, I have irregular periods. My last period was a few months ago. I don't take any medication, my diet isn't so bad, I don't do any strenuous exercise, I lose a lot of weight a year ago, but haven't since then. What factors could cause this? When we do like these day of eating reviews, and you guys can see in my what I eat in a days, the diet should be composed mostly of animal nutrition, red meat, basically, and carbohydrate, starch with some fiber and maybe some fruits and stuff here and there to enjoy yourself. So my first bet would be the caloric density of your diet isn't adequate. You could have some nutrient imbalances. You probably need to be wearing Wi-Fi shielding clothing if you're not. So there's...
Why in the fuck is this person asking Frank Tufano about irregular periods? How stupid do you have to be to ask him something like this? Like, for one thing, irregular periods are very common for younger women. It's not unusual at all. If they're highly irregular, where you'll have like 2-3 periods in a row in 1 month, and then for like 5-6 months you won't have any periods.
Should Big Lenny and Jason Geneva replace Kamala? Or Frank and Blaha?
I would be more comfortable with Big Lenny and Jason Genova replacing Kamala Harris than Frank Tufano or Blaha. Especially with Blaha, he'd be really bad. Thanks for the donation, though, Cody. Yeah, so if you're a young woman and you have highly irregular periods where you won't have them for like 6 months straight, and then all of a sudden you'll have like an endless 1 month period or something, you should probably take a birth control pill. That can often make your periods more regular. But go to a fucking doctor. Like, go to a gynecologist. Why the fuck are you... Like, it's just so retarded.
A few things to get started on, if you haven't looked into those yet. Thomas, what do you think about carnivore keto diet and these two can improve hair health? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you just want to increase the protein and collagen content of your diet and make sure you're not deficient in any minerals. And that should be all you really need. A lot of the time, a carnivore keto diet, I mean, we've done a lot of videos on how they're bad for you, how they're bad for liver health. And what we said earlier, you might not be necessarily absorbing the nutrients from these diets. So someone that's eating like organic bread like me all day, but taking the correct vitamins and mineral supplements and having some bone broth every meal is going to actually have much better hair health and overall tissue health than someone on a carnivore keto diet. Odell, what other starch, grains, tubers, or fruits do you think are good staple foods besides the ones you usually eat? I mean, there's a reason I kind of only eat these. There's probably a few others here and there that kind of are acceptable, but it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. Maybe I could do a separate video on that, but there's a reason I'm only eating like wheat and rice, maybe sometimes quinoa, maybe sometimes potatoes, but the foods that I've landed on are the ones I felt best eating. I'm a little worried it's too dark in here now because the sun kind of went out. Yeah, I hope my camera isn't... I hope the camera's okay because I'm definitely not filming this again. Do you think someone could follow a vegan diet and stay healthy? If you do, what supplements would they need? And what are the realistic, least inflammatory sources of vegan protein? If you took my current diet and just omitted the animal products, that would be as healthy as you could get as a vegan, but you would just get really protein and amino acid deficient super fast. It would basically be a diet that's...
Yeah, here I am as a protein deficient vegan benching 410 pounds.
Was it Dr. McDougall that did the high starch stuff? The high starch vegan diet is probably the healthiest. And then if you had a saturated fat like coconut oil, you might be okay. Because...
Yeah, you definitely need artery clogging saturated fat as a vegan.
Vegetables and really colorful fruits and tofu and soy proteins, a lot of the stuff these vegans eat are just a net negative to your health. So literally by only eating a loaf of bread is the healthiest vegan.
He's literally claiming fruits and vegetables are bad for you. What a genius.
Diet you could get, but if you were taking like supplements, like B vitamins and stuff, you might last a little longer, but I don't think those are technically vegan, even though they think they are.
He thinks B12 supplements aren't vegan. What an idiot.
Jess, if I order the probiotic supplement to Australia and it takes 1 to 2 weeks, do you think it would still remain decent? Can I take higher doses? Look, you guys that want the probiotic internationally, I don't really know. Is that rain too loud? All types of vacuum today. Windy, it's raining. I think it's raining every other day here in Pennsylvania. You talked about the needs of soluble fiber, but what about insoluble fiber? Any benefits or issues? I'm not sure if the gut bacteria eats that off the top of my head. Some strains probably do, but the main role of insoluble fiber is keeping the gut motility high, because you don't want, if food is stuck in your stomach, that means that stuff isn't moving, which means that you're not detoxing as efficiently as you should. So you want to keep the caloric density in the diet high, but also be mindful of, is that food like physically dense? Like, is there some bulk? Is there that's why I have apples with every meal. That's why I try to have some beans and some fiber.
Mike donated $2. Most based black man ever.
Drink. I just stopped drinking. I used to drink, and I wasn't an alcoholic. Like, whenever you tell people you don't drink, yeah, they always want an explanation. They always want to know what happened. Was it a problem? Was you beating your kids? Did you ruin marriages? Did you kill somebody in the vehicle? Like, what happened? We can't believe you don't drink poison. Explain to us why you don't drink poison. I don't get the shock. Like, if I was to tell somebody, man, I don't never drink water, they'd be like, oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah, it's true.
And so they can say...
Yeah, it's weird how culturally acceptable... It's not even culturally acceptable. It's like how culturally expected drinking is. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Because if you're only eating like bread and meat, if you were healthy, that might be okay. But if you're not healthy, there's not going to be enough motility to really efficiently detox. You're just going to... Because the liver's releasing toxins in every meal. And if the food gets stuck and just sits there for a while and you're constipated, the toxins are going to get reabsorbed instead of being expelled from the body. When I haven't said someone's name, it's because I think half of these questions are from the same two people. Whatever, we didn't get that many questions, so I'll just try to answer all of them. I'm curious about your thoughts on supplements like essential amino acids, EAAs, quercetin, bromelain, and antioxidants, especially for people with MCAS. I'm not a fan of any of these things. I do have like I said, like bromelain, like we had a macronutrient enzyme supplement that we sold, which is the more effective thing. Like you mentioned antioxidants. Well, if
This is what I sound like when I have sex. Mew like that, baby? Oh yay, give it to daddy. Work that dick. Yay. Twerk on that dick. Oh yay. Whose pussy is this? Whose pussy is this? Oh yay. That's how I get the bitches all wet. Vegan dick power.
Well, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, less is more. Can you tell us about your TB500 experience? For the last several months, I've been having similar shoulder bicep issues like you. Has slowly gotten better, wouldn't say sharp pain, more of tightness, weakness, feels in my bicep/deltoid. Well, your bicep inserts into your shoulder, so that's likely like inflammation of the bicep tendon. I think that's in the proximal insertion. Yeah, that's the... I think that's the proximal insertion. So, your bicep inserts into the shoulder, and there's a long tendon right around here. So you're probably just having bicep pain, and the reason you feel it around your shoulder is because your bicep inserts into the shoulder. My personal experience with TB500 is pretty good. I didn't take a... If you look at most dosing protocols, I think it's generally, if I remember correctly, it's generally recommended that you inject something like twice a week for at least 4 weeks. Usually I've seen like recommendations of having an 8 to 12 week long period of taking TB500. So I took a relatively modest amount of it, and I would say at the 2-week mark, I noticed more rapid healing. I had a shoulder issue where I was just having really bad shoulder pain. I couldn't do any pressing. I took a full month off of training, and still it was bad enough where I couldn't really do any pressing. So tried the TB500. After 2 weeks, I noticed like a very noticeable improvement where I could go back to training again. And by the 4th week, didn't really have any pain, and I could train like normal. The only side effect that I might have gotten was I got a big cyst in my back. I noticed before taking the TB500, I had a really small lump in my back. It felt like a pimple. And about a week and a half after taking the TB500, that little pimple in my back, it was probably just a small cyst. It grew to the size of a golf ball. I don't know if it was due to the TB500 or if it was just a random thing that happened, but TB500, it does increase like growth factors in the body, so it might have just caused really rapid growth of that cyst. Jasmine actually had to get a needle, stab it a few times, and then pop it, and a fuck ton of like pus came out. I think it was like a pilar cyst or something. But yeah, that was the only side effect that I noticed. Otherwise, I just healed faster. I'm not a doctor, so, you know, obviously don't take this as medical advice. I'd recommend going to like a TRT clinic that offers peptide treatments and asking them about it. But might be something you want to consider. I would say before doing that, just try to get rid of the inflammation, you know, quote unquote, naturally. If you can get better without the use of any drugs. That's probably a better situation. So do some stretching and massage work. So try to stretch your bicep by pulling it behind your body. So like grab onto a table or something, stretch it, try to do some massage work. You can just do it yourself and massage that area. And just don't do any kind of training that's going to aggravate the bicep. So overhead pressing would be a big no-no. Any direct bicep work obviously would be a no-no. Even benching, because the bicep works as a shoulder adductor. That may trigger that inflammation issue you have in your shoulder. So try to take some time off, at least 2 weeks, do some stretches, massage the area, try to eat some really anti-inflammatory foods like broccoli, kale, add some spices to your foods like turmeric, curcumin. See if that kind of brings the inflammation down on its own. If that doesn't work, then again, you could maybe consider taking TB500. Thanks for the donation though, Alan.
All your B vitamins are in check and you have enough soluble fiber in the diet to detox your liver, that's going to give you the best antioxidant capacity. Having your gut bacteria in check. So basically all the products I sell and things I do in my day of eating are the most effective versions of what you need for the body instead of these supplements. Oh God, do I even want to read this with how it starts? I have a petite Korean girlfriend. Should she be eating any different than me? A tall, Northwest European Oxford study, besides the volume, of course. Do you think that different ethnicities may benefit from eating different in some ways? Not really, because the traditional diet of any group of people that's healthy is, they have a grain that they cultivate and they have some high-quality animal foods that they cultivate. As long as the base of the diet is starch and meat, then you're getting the caloric and micronutrient nutrition that your body needs.
Absolutely stupid fucking statement. In any human population, you see associations between meat eating and disease. So, yeah, don't eat meat.
Ideally, should you not go over more than 2 servings for the liver detox smoothie just because of the sugar content? It depends on how you feel. If you feel okay, if you're not getting digestive issues, if you're sleeping okay, then you could use whatever you want, but that's very, very subjective for that. Allie, I get insomnia if I don't eat enough calories. However, I need to lose weight. Is it better to not get sleep and eat less?
Thank you, VG. I appreciate the advice.
No problem, Alan. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I eat as you do, super nutrient dense. Thanks. If your diet's the same as mine, and you're eating only high quality organic foods, and you're using Wi-Fi radiation shielding clothing, that could be a big thing that people miss for weight loss. Let me blow my nose real quick because it's dripping. If you're actually following my diet and you're wearing Wi-Fi radiation clothing and you're reasonably active, I can't imagine your body composition is going to be not in a good state. I would imagine your weight is going to regulate and you're going to look better over the course of.
Yeah, that's just stupid. Frank literally doesn't understand calories in, calories out.
At least a few months, so it shouldn't be necessary to restrict calories if you're doing everything correctly. The worst case scenario is you might have to just do a little bit of resistance training and build up some lean body mass. All right, we still got a little bit, so I'm going to try to speed it up. Kira, how can I fix dehydrated skin on the face without using topical skincare products? I think we answered a question about the rosacea and stuff earlier, how you have to do the whole lifestyle change, so just refer to that. Clutch Spartan, what does a fridge water filter lack compared to a 5-stage osmosis system? I would just watch my videos on water. Personally, I only drink the last bottle of mineral water because there's a lot that goes into it. I think filtered water might be okay for bathing and stuff and washing stuff, but I still wouldn't drink it if it's not from a good source. Glizzy, hey, I'm a triplet too. What is the best nutritional advice to gain healthy weight? If you guys watch my day of eatings, it's basically that, but maybe you might need some more fat and some more animal protein. Erica Spice Addict asks, can you speak about MSG on the negative aspects of it, please? I haven't researched that off the top of my head. There's no reason to have it or put it in the food. I would imagine out of the negative things that you can consume, it's probably not as bad as certain things, but the problem is, generally speaking, if you're eating foods that contain MSG.
MSG is just a flavor enhancer. It just makes food taste better. That's all it does.
There's probably a dozen other things in that typically Chinese food that you're not going to want in your body. Alex, how bad is it to have a sugar-free drink versus downing a 5,000 to 1,000 calorie dessert? That's a strange comparison. I would guess you'd compare a sugar-free drink to a full sugar drink. And for me, I would rather have a Coca-Cola that has sugar in it as opposed to any of these chemicals. But then when you get into dessert, you're like, okay, what's in the dessert? What are the ingredients? That's kind of it's too different of a comparison. You'd have to specifically know.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
And talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children.
That made no sense, but it's not like Trump is any better. Rambling about Hannibal Lecter and how he'd rather get electrocuted than get eaten by a shark. So conservatives are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Know what was in it. Because something like croissant is just butter and flour, and that's actually pretty healthy. Something like a New York style cheesecake with eggs and butter and cream cheese might not be that bad. So it's really subjective there. Hi there. How to heal from protracted psychiatric drug withdrawal, fatigue, and many other symptoms can last for years after completely quitting these drugs. If everything's in check, like, you should be fine. Like, I've been using this kratom stuff on and off, and I definitely noticed some physical reactions to it, but if your vitamin C is adequate, if you're getting B vitamins, if your gut health is good, if you're eating healthy, if you're...
So Frank's addicted to kratom now. I could almost guarantee you he's an alcoholic, but now it sounds like he's addicted to kratom.
Sleeping, if you're exercising, if every single lifestyle factor is in check, the reaction you get to drugs should be minimal. You should be fine.
Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one.
Grab him by the...
She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally. He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
Yeah, that's a good ad. Kamala Harris is absolutely a better candidate than Trump. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
But getting those things in check usually is where people struggle. And it could also be the Wi-Fi radiation thing, which I won't get too much into today. But hypothetically on paper, if everything's in check, you should be fine. Can removing only upper wisdom teeth lead to structural changes in the face? Yeah, we did a few videos on that. If you want to like search Frank Tufano wisdom teeth, you don't really want to remove any teeth. What causes the white spots on nails? I've been getting a lot of them. I haven't bought my nails right. It's usually mineral deficiency. Like ever since I started my copper toxicity stuff, I haven't had any white on my nails ever. So it, probably zinc deficiency, probably. How someone can know their body daily basic protein amino acid needs without overeating or undereating. If you have high quality foods and you're going organic and you make like your protein, your carbs, your starch, and you have all the food in front of you, you just eat as much as your body craves. And then you stop based on your natural hunger signals. What can one do if they found out they have arthritis in one of their knees? I mean, I'll sum this up quickly again. You have to have the diet completely in check. That means going organic, your gut bacteria. You want to be wearing Wi-Fi shielding clothing. You want to be eating properly.
Here
you might
we
have some
go.
nutritional deficiencies. Taking vitamin C, increasing the collagen content of the diet. It could be some minerals too, vitamin K2, magnesium for arthritis. It's hard to say.
I don't know how that helps somebody who has debilitating arthritis.
Bobby asks how to balance female hormones, especially when it comes to uterine fibroids and polyps and painful periods. Also, hormones play a role in spider veins. Like, I don't want to sound like...
Yes, ask Frank Tufano this question rather than a gynecologist.
a broken record, but you have to address the diet, address the mineral and vitamin imbalances, and then maybe there's some supplements here and there that you could take that'll help. But like the simplest way to put it is like if you guys see my day videos and eat the exact same stuff, that's not a bad starting point. What are 2 breakfast meals that are nutritionally the best for the average person with no health issues? So you can have like a starch, a sweet, like pancakes with protein. What we've been saying this whole video, like starch and meat. Is pasture-raised goat milk okay? I mean, we have a lot of videos on dairy. There's certain things that, and certain, like we talked about the nutrient excess stuff earlier, having too many nutrients in the liver where maybe you don't want to have dairy in your diet. But if you're going to be having those dairy products, usually yogurt or kefir are going to give you a lot more overall health benefits. What's a fast way to get rid of a short bout of ongoing diarrhea, food poisoning, stomach flu? You might need some mastic gum if there's a lot of dysbiosis, but if you just get like the healthy balanced meal in, like that has a nice ratio of meat to fat to carbs and everything with some fiber in there, and you have a probiotic, it should be fixed pretty fast. Thoughts on using SARM's alternative to surgery for reducing gynec mass? I don't know. I've never researched that. I'm not really nutrition advice. I'm 5'4", 19-year-old male. Is there any way for myself to grow? I think I stunted my growth following a vegan diet at age 16 and starving myself. My dad is 5'8". Yeah, I think once the growth plate's closed, you might be screwed. Like, you can't really do much for height. If you've improved your diet and you're eating more animal protein and you're getting vitamin D and you're not deficient in anything,
fucking idiot.
19 might be a little too late. Why is coffee on an empty stomach unhealthy? I think it's more coffee.
As much as Frank talks about Wi-Fi shielding, does he use dial-up internet?
As far as I know, he does not. I don't think dial-up internet really even exists anymore. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Coffee in general is not the best thing. If you go on like the highest quality organic, there's still some downsides to the caffeine and stuff. Thoughts on Dr. McDougall diet? Could he have lived healthier if he ate more? Yeah, he passed away recently. I didn't really talk about it. And I mentioned him earlier. I'm pretty sure he's the starch diet. So, I mean, even if you're following the ideal vegan diet, you're still going to become incredibly deficient in all the animal-based B vitamins, amino acids, like a lot of the quality saturated fat and cholesterol and stuff you need for cellular health that the body can't synthesize on its own.
Frank thinks your body can't synthesize saturated fat and cholesterol? How the fuck does he think we gain weight? Lord Gaines, help me, donate $2. Hey bro, I've been cutting last couple days. I've been intuitively eating 60 grams of vital wheat gluten, 120 grams TVP, 30 grams protein powder, with rest coming from 190 to 250 grams carbs. Is this good enough for 240 pounds on a cut? Lost 10 pounds so far. You only need to consume 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight. You don't need to eat more protein on a cut. I just learned this recently. You do see more protein breakdown when dieting, but protein breakdown is a symptom of muscle remodeling, and you see increased protein breakdown on aggressive calorie deficits, but increasing your protein intake doesn't actually prevent protein breakdown. So there's no reason to consume more protein. It doesn't actually spare more muscle eating more protein on a diet. So long as you're reaching that 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight goal, whether you're dieting or maintaining your weight or bulking, that's all you need. Thanks for the donation, though, Lord Gaines. Help me. Hope that helps.
Call me R-worded, but if you detox your liver once, then you only eat high-quality meat, get sun with no sunblock, and sleep in a no Wi-Fi tent, then shouldn't you never have to live a detox again? I don't understand Frank and his goofy ass eyes. Thanks, VG.
Well, you see, Frank is tarded, and nothing he says makes sense, so he says the stupid, dumbest shit imaginable. Thanks for the donation, though, Sanderbling.
Yeah, my eyes have been really bothering me these past few days, but thank you guys for joining me. If you'd like to support me and find out about some of the things we mentioned in this video, you go to frank-tufano.com, you'll see Frankie's Range Meat, Frankie's Range Foods, Organ Supplements, Wi-Fi Shielding, Frankie's Naturals, and as always, guys...
Well, that was stupid. But we all knew that going into it. I just gotta go take a pee-pee. I'll be right back, and we'll react to Trump's RNC speech soon.
One night me and a lady were about to make whoopee. She took off her panties and I took off my SpongeBob underoos and the bitch jumped back and screamed and called them cops 'cause she thought I was about to swing at her with a baseball bat. True story, bro.
I don't believe you. Thanks for the donation, though. More is less.
What's up?
Let's see.
All they liked, and oh my goodness, I'm using that for clout. Oh, boo-hoo. I don't like hearing what Greg's saying about me, because it's not all nice. Well, sometimes the truth hurts, and you gotta have the stones to deal with it. Coach Reagan, today...
How was my piss? Well... felt quite satisfying and relieving, and the urine itself was only a light shade of yellow and pretty clear, which is an indication of adequate hydration. So, a lot to be happy about there.
Today's video, the Tren twins, they clapped back, they watched my video, and they were not happy, to say the least. When did I want to be the youngest
My Muslim classmate almost got me pregnant back in the 11th grade. Well, you really dodged a bullet there.
IB pro in history, LOL. And so perhaps they didn't want to be the youngest IB pros in history, but they wanted to be pros sooner than last time. Remember, they in fact hired me. I was coaching them. Their goal was to be an IB pro. They had to do 2 shows to turn pro. The first show...
You know, every fucking time another fitness influencer hires Greg to be their coach, they have some weird falling out. I remember Brandon Harding hired Greg to be a coach, and he got pissed off because Greg never gave him a meal plan and just said, like, follow his fucking cookbook. So Greg is probably a shitty coach, if I had to guess. With the amount of people who, like, talk shit about his coaching and leave.
Is a qualify. You enter that competition, and if you win or get in the top 3, you then move on to the next show. At that show, if you then win, you turn pro. I'm 23. That's already passed. Just wanted the experience. Are they now changing their minds? You can clearly see in this footage, they said they're going for their pro card.
So I've decided to blast hella gear, get literally huge, and go for that IFBB.
Hell yeah, bro.
And so clearly with video evidence, they're saying they're going for their IFBB pro card. But yet, after doing this show and not winning the overall, having nowhere near...
How heavy were they on stage? They were like 180, right? Yeah, if they want an IFBB pro card, they're gonna have to be, like, pretty damn well near 200 pounds, at least, to get an IFBB pro card at their height.
Near the physique of an IFBB pro. And remember, I've showed you what IFBB pros look like. I've coached them in the past. Did you not see Joe Elves and Ian Valaire? Did you see how shredded they were? That is what you want to look like to be an IFBB pro. And so it says, just wanted the experience. Do you know what that is? That's loser talk. I'm telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. I'm going for my pro card. I can't wait. Look how jacked I am. Then after doing the show, I just competed for the experience. I did the novice class, the true novice. That is not the type of show that you enter when you think you have an amazing physique, when you're going for a pro card. Guys who are going for pro cards don't go in novice categories. Basically, the participation award. The narrative you push always makes me laugh. While I'm happy it puts a smile on your face, I'm just speaking the truth. My intent is to be brutally honest. I'm not going to sit here with a boring voice and say, you know, the Tren twins, for their first show, they looked aight. It was okay. They won the novice class. It's amazing. Novice bodybuilders. It's not the way it's going to go. I'm going to tell you straight up what I actually think. I was a bodybuilding judge for years, and I'm an IFBB pro, and I showed video evidence of what other IFBB pros said about you. And so should I sugarcoat it? These are the freaking Tren twins. You're following their channel because they are larger than life. They have amazing physiques. We don't want to see guys competing for a novice trophy. But I agree, I could improve immensely and will. And so I respect that. He's saying, look, I agree, I could have been better. I could have been leaner, I could have been bigger, everything could have been better. He didn't just say, Greg, you're jealous, you're an old man, you don't have the physique like me. He knows he could be better. He knows he could improve. And so when I said the Trens blew it, I meant in comparison to what many people expected. There were people in the comment section saying, how many of you won your pro card? Was it just Mike or did Chris win his pro card as well? And so when people are expecting you to win your pro card your very first show or first year, this is a wake-up call. It's a pro card. In comparison, a kid that has a physique that makes no sense. Anton Ratutsny, he turned pro at 19. Let's compare Anton's physique at 19 to the Tren twins' physique at 23. Look at the difference, the detail, the definition.
Well, by the way, this guy also looks taller. Like, the Tren twins are basically Ninja Turtles. When you're that short, you usually just look kind of stubby.
The size, the tininess of the waist, the wide shoulders. He's going to be competing in classic physique and perhaps going to make it to the Olympia. And so listen, in comparison to Anton, the Tren twins are far below this level. Not saying the Tren twins have shitty physiques. They clearly have amazing physiques. Mike literally won the light heavyweight class. Very, very impressive. If they were not the Tren twins and they were just guys who are competing, doing their very first competition and had not stated that they're trying to train for their IPB pro card, then this would have been a great showing. And so, yeah, I went hard on them, but hard on them, I needed to. I need to show you just how hard it is to achieve the elite status. Being an IFBB pro, it's not going to take a matter of 1 or 2 years taking tests in Tren. It takes a lot more than that. It takes years of hard work. I trained for 25 years before getting my pro card. I did 42 of those shows natural. You should not even be taking steroids until you're at least 25. The brain hasn't even fully developed. Greg just yapping, y'all's physiques were insane. I never said their physiques weren't insane. They were clearly above average. But compared to an IFBB pro, compared to Anton, I'm thinking, it's not even close. I know you want to hear me say the Tren twins, they nailed it. They were spot on. They couldn't have done any better. But it's not true. I'm not going to BS you. You can say Greg's yapping, but he's the one that's coached and judged athletes in the sport and an IFBB pro. And so I have the experience. I know what I'm looking for. I know when I see an IFBB pro. You guys have better, harder physiques than flabby Mike Isertel. Now listen, I am going to be brutally honest. Mike Isertel would have blown away the Tren twins. Mike Isertel placed 6th and 7th at a national level show. This was a state level show. Mike had about 30 pounds more muscle than the Tren twins. He's far bigger. Now, was Mike Isertel in shape? No, absolutely not. But he certainly would have blown the Tren twins out of the water. The Tren twins, they're into the comment section. Now, remember, when I met them, they said, we don't watch your videos. We don't want to read any of the comments. We don't watch your videos. And so all I'm doing is showing people what they're saying. They hadn't even watched the video. They didn't watch the video and see that I had said that they had actually said it. They didn't bother watching it. But yet they're in my comment section clapping back. Never ask for Greg's advice nor care what he has to say. I know and have people in my corner telling me what I need to do to improve who aren't harassing my name to make clout and money. The Tren twins literally think that all I'm doing is using their name for clout and money and that they have no benefit from it whatsoever. Do you know one of the things that make you more famous than last time? Haters. People who talk about you constantly. If I make videos about the Tren twins, let's say I make 20 of them, people are going to watch my video and go to see the Tren twins to see what are they going to say about me. They're watching the Tren twins, they're coming to see what is Greg going to say. That back and forth makes people go more viral than last time. Even Toji said this in an interview with Neil. He said, you know what you need? You need about 50% haters. If everyone loves you, it's very rare that you're going to go viral. Perhaps Sam Sulik did it, he said, but for the most part, you need some haters. You need people talking about you. And so they can say all they like that, oh my goodness, I'm using that for clout. Whoa, boo, boo, hoo. I don't like hearing what Greg's saying about me because it's not all nice. He's not simping for us. I don't like him. Well, sometimes the truth hurts. And you gotta have the stones to deal with it. I just found out about you guys. I wonder if he found out about them through my channel. You did great. Obviously, a long way to go if your goal is to make it or win the Olympia, but don't let anybody tell you you can't do it. Nobody looks like Ronnie Coleman their first show, LMAO. Ronnie Coleman looked infinitely better than the Tren twins at his first show, and he was 100% natural. And so no, in actuality, guys with amazing genetics, they can in fact look better than the Tren twins while being natural. I firmly believe that anybody can win a pro card and do well as a pro. Screw genetics, stick with it, and you guys will go far. Are you kidding me? He thinks that anyone can get a pro card and do good as a pro, despite their genetics. Not even Mike Israetel can get a pro card. Mike Israetel has above average genetics and clearly knows more than 99.999% of the population. And even him, he can't get a pro card. Their whole life is lifting weights, and they go and enter the novice division and brag about winning. They were competing against people that work 10-hour days and lift as a hobby. Embarrassing. And so you see, how well they did is in the eye of beholder. Some people are going to say they did amazing. Some people are going to say they didn't do all that good. It depends on your expectations. Just keep working and get better. I think Greg, while being honest, is being a bit of a hater. I'm no bodybuilder, but first one is a learning experience and something to build on. And so here's the difference. I am a bodybuilder. I am a coach, and I was in fact a judge. Just because I tell you the honest truth and don't try to suck you off the way everyone else does, doesn't mean I'm a hater. When I coached people years ago, ask these people in the past. They'd be a week out from competition, trying to get their IPP Pro card. I'd look at their physique and say, you look 8 weeks out. I don't hold back. I tell you what you need to know. Most coaches, think of it, they're going to be inclined to say, hey, you look great. The judges, you were robbed. You are clearly first place. And why? Because they are your friend. They like you. You're paying them. They're making money. Coaches oftentimes blow smoke up the ass of the people they're training. They'll push more and more drugs, more and more steroids, because the more steroids you take, the more likely you're going to win the competition. I have no vested interest whether they win, they lose. I only care about their health and what they're doing on social media. And so although the Tren twins aren't asking for my advice, hundreds of thousands of fans want to know, what am I saying about them? They want to know, are the Tren twins close to a pro card? Did they in fact turn pro? How long before they turn pro? And I'm saying very, very long. They're years away from a pro card. The fuck are you talking about? Does that seem like the Tren twins are patient, or does that seem like perhaps the Tren is kicking in? I started bodybuilding this prep and won open light heavyweight and lost to a guy who was 7 years older than me. I worked my ass off regardless and had fun and learned a lot while doing it. You live your life the way you want, and I'll do the same with mine. Enjoy. Does it look like he's not bothered? Does that look like a guy who doesn't give a shit about what people are saying in the comment section? Dude, Greg is all about the narrative. Why does he have to keep mentioning his sponsored athlete in every video? He ain't biased. He doing it for marketing purpose. Get your head out of the sand. Yet I said Jeff Nippard, who we've had beef for years, I said Jeff Nippard would beat the Tren twins, and the Jeff Nippard was natural and younger than the Tren twins. Am I promoting Jeff because he's a sponsored athlete? Since when are me and Jeff Nippard best friends? And so you can say what you want. Oh, I mentioned Eric Janicki. I mentioned Eric Janicki to show just how much better a guy can be and still not have a pro card. Eric Janicki is 60 pounds bigger than the Tren twins and far leaner. Yet he didn't win a pro card. He won the super heavyweight class, 254 pounds. Still doesn't have a pro card. And you know what I kept telling Eric throughout the diet? Diet harder. You need to lose more weight. You need to get leaner. Y'all got mogged. And so if we're really being honest and we're comparing the Tren twins against some of these other competitors, they got mogged. No cap. You two are legends. Legends at 23, having done one bodybuilding competition. But Greg's a certified yapper, milking your content harder than last time. And so I have over 900 million views.
Yeah, Greg sure as hell yaps all right.
Oh my god, why would you do that? Oh my god, I get it. It's as if it's self-humiliation. This is, oh wow. That's why he's wearing only the underwear. It's self-humiliation. Wait, he destroyed his body and then he's trying to completely destroy himself by making the videos so that everybody laughs at him. Or what else could this be? That must be it. Even if it's subconscious, it for sure must be it.
Yeah, really excited about. That's what some I was really worried about, but
yeah, I have body dysmorphia, which is a severe mental illness. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Most bodybuilders don't have body dysmorphia. Body dysmorphia, by definition, is not knowing what you look like. So if he was looking at himself in the mirror and he thought he looked small or fat or something like that, that would by definition be body dysmorphia. Wanting to look a certain way, like be extremely large and muscular, that's not body dysmorphia.
That was me displaying it. Yeah.
seems to be tightening up over this last few days, so really happy this also all the way this cut all the way into the hip is something I'm really happy about.
Seriously.
And the legs holding on even at this low glycogen level. Literally could not be more ready to absolutely destroy the show. So without further ado, let's eat some poverty calories. I'm gonna give it away right here, 2,500. It's gonna suck, but let's get this 2,500 in. I'll show you guys exactly what I'm eating, and we'll get some training clips from today.
Oh my god, he's gonna be looking back at this in 10 years, cringing so badly.
So excited about this video, let's hit it. All right, boys and girls.
I don't know a lot about the bodybuilding world. But is there anyone in the bodybuilding community that likes Greg Doucette? It seems like he has beef with everyone and everyone talks shit about him.
No, I don't think really anybody likes him because he's an annoying asshole. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
Meal number one, we are going to start off with some bowl of gains, you guys. Second thing I'm gonna do is egg whites with some shredded kale, and we're gonna do a tiny bit of goat cheese and these 2 egg wraps. If you guys haven't tried these egg white wraps, they're actually kind of good. They're 25 calories each.
Why do you eat kale? Kale is one of the most toxic plants on earth.
If God wanted humans to eat animals, then he would have made animals grow from the ground or a tree, just like the fruits and veggies these morons eat. Why would anyone think it's okay to kill something that runs away? Someone please, for the love of pedo Allah.
That's a very good point. Yeah, if I'm ever debating a retarded religious person, I might point that out. Thanks for the donation, Pocketles Mucho.
What's wrong with you? Kale has oxalates. You would get kidney stones. If you would live long enough to get kidney stones, I guess that it won't be a problem for him.
My little concoction here.
You would have to eat an absurd amount of raw kale to be at risk of getting oxalate kidney stones. Just ridiculous, inhuman amounts. I don't think there's anybody on the planet who's getting oxalate kidney stones from eating normal amounts of kale.
And kind of spread them out so they're even. You see how, because the top of the egg whites haven't quite cooked yet, so what it's going to do is almost stick to it and like cook to it. And also kind of stick to that goat cheese as well. So I also use about a gram of pink Himalayan salt on there as well. And so we're going to take this, lid it off, cook rice in the microwave. So this whole breakfast takes about 6 minutes to cook, which is great. I'm also going to introduce you to the one that makes it all happen here, the love of my life. You guys don't usually get to see Alina and the babies a lot in my content, but they're literally why I do what I do. So,
Wait. That makes no sense. You do it for her, and did you say babies? What did he mean by babies? Does he actually have babies, or is he somebody who calls his dogs babies? I will just assume that he has children. Why would you do this then? It doesn't make any sense. You do understand that you're about to kick the bucket, most likely, realistically.
So Sverige has 2 children, and he decided to try to commit murder, and he's now an internationally wanted felon. So he's questioning this guy's life choices, but again, trying to commit murder and then becoming an internationally wanted felon apparently is a better life choice than deciding to do bodybuilding.
You're on so many drugs, your diet is pretty freaking bad. Also, could be worse, of course, but the kale alone is toxic enough to shorten your lifespan by decades if you consume it regularly.
Kale will shorten your lifespan by decades if you consume it regularly. This guy is so fucked.
Point being, how could you possibly say that you do it for somebody else when it's completely egotistical and only because of your mental issues that you do it at all? There can't be any other reason why you would destroy your body. You have some kind of trauma from your childhood or who knows what, maybe like Nick Walker, and that's the reason you do it. It's completely over the top. You don't even look in any way human whatsoever. You literally look like one huge tumor with tons of other tumors bulging from every corner of the body. Just completely anti-human, abnormal. There's something extremely wrong with you, man. But to say that you do it for somebody else, completely insane.
She's super supportive and helps me get through these preps. And honestly, thank you, baby.
Yeah, most people don't know that Eric even has a wife.
I know,
so
most
here
people
I
think
am.
I'm gay, so there's that. Yeah, we'll hopefully get some clips of the babies this afternoon so you guys can see them. They're at daycare. They go 3 days a week, so we just got a nice little walk in. Got our...
Wait, what? No, it must be dogs. Yeah, it must be dogs. Because there's no, please don't be human babies, please. There's no way that they are both at home and they send their children to daycare or baby. No, it's impossible. If you do this, no, it can't be. It can't be.
Steps in right before we started this video, so about 6,500 steps. Definitely underrated, guys. If you guys want to burn more calories, try to get more steps in. Low cortisol activity output. Just, it's a lot easier on your body than trying to like do HIIT cardio or something like that. So I'm gonna let her go. She's got some clients, and I'll show you guys me in one sec here. All right, here we are. So this is the finished product of my like egg white wrap. So you can see, I just kind of fold it over to make it more like a quesadilla, and I get it. It's like super, like.
I get that he's cutting. I get that he's pretty much only eating protein. Whatever, do your thing. But why the kale? The kale doesn't add up. It doesn't fit in there.
Poverty quesadilla. But hey, it's delicious. I'm gonna try it right now. To me, that's like sensational. It's like 40 grams of protein, roughly. Only a couple grams of fat, maybe 4 to 5. Really, really delicious. Good micronutrients from the kale. Good, obviously, fiber.
How old is this guy? 37? Okay, let's
he
just
does
say
not look like a
37.
37-year-old man.
32. He definitely looks older than 32. Could be worse.
He's 1 year younger than me. I would say, yeah, he looks older than me, but he does not look like a 37-year-old man.
Still pretty bad. Way too many wrinkles. At 32, you should look like you're in your 20s, basically. The way it should be naturally.
And obviously with this, it's going to be like, that's going to be like based on my main carb source. And I added some blueberries on top. I use frozen blueberries.
By the way, this guy is saying he has like too many wrinkles. Wait, spherage. Like, spherage, when you see him in the right lighting, you can see he actually has a fair bit of wrinkles. How does he think he looks younger than Eric Janicki? Like, spherage does not look good for his age.
That's going to be like based on my main carb source, and I added some
I'm 33.
blueberries on top. I use frozen blueberries because the way it helps it is like, see how they kind of almost like melt into it since it's so
Blueberries
hot.
are heavily
Plus it allows
sprayed
me
with
not have to wait for
pesticides.
like 20 minutes to eat this because it's like literally molten. But yeah, so I'm going to try this for you guys. A bowl of games. Mixed with that HDLT, both pumpkin flavor. Definitely over to HDLT and get all the protein. Was one of the main reasons I signed up with the company, just because I've been using them and they're so delicious, and like shakes, but also stuff like this, baking.
Protein powders are waste
so
products.
do not sleep on the HDLT
Seriously,
protein,
stop
but
consuming them.
yeah, I also add a little bit of cinnamon and then some of that Malden salt. So if you guys want some like really good
Cinnamon
more
is
flaky salt,
extremely
that, like,
toxic.
you know, they kind of reminds you of like when you get a chocolate chip
Deadly,
cookie
really.
that has like the flake salt on top.
All right, guys, Coach Greg here, and I've got the brand new protein s'mores flavor, and it's literally amazing. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna do a scoop and a half here. Don't forget to buy my cookbook.
Just fucking with you, Greg.
Oh my god, that was really good imitation.
And we got the whole crew here. We got
Ew, gross.
with sauce all over his face. We got
Ew, gross babies.
It's great in itself, of course, awesome, but he's gonna have a very short life. He's not gonna be around for his children, for sure. If he continues, if he would completely change his life now, sure, but that's probably not gonna happen, realistically. Even if he won't be competing with pro bodybuilders, so to speak, pro body destroyers, then he will still probably continue working out. Those kind of people usually don't stop except if something extreme happens. And even then, usually they don't stop. They can get a heart attack and they won't stop. They will simply get surgery and maybe slightly change their diet, not realizing that it's the working out itself that's doing it. It's not even about the drugs so much, even though that's super bad, of course, and the worst part of his lifestyle. But also besides that, he sends the children to daycare, even though both of them are home. I just don't get that whatsoever. They are with strangers. They should be growing up with their parents in general. But when they are this young, absolutely, they shouldn't be around any kind of strangers. That's insanely strange. I've never seen that before.
The grilling of the chicken right now, it's going to be perfect. So we'll see you guys how they go. You see the finished product here looking absolutely
Good that he's making meat, but super many carcinogens, the black stuff, it's really toxic.
delectable. All right, guys, so we have made it inside, and I'm so thankful because it's literally like 110 degrees out, and by the grill, it's like 200,000 degrees out. So I have right here meal number, I guess technically 4.
White rice, arsenic, carbohydrates, which are sugar, nothing else, garbage slave food. Zucchini, slave fruit, has nothing, only pesticides on the outside. Why do you eat a chicken breast? Just chicken breast, no fat. Again, that's slave food. The tomatoes are not found like that in nature. It's a nightshade, could be problematic long term. You shouldn't overconsume nightshades, especially for your gut. And then sauerkraut, just fermented cabbage with salt.
Or I've got some zucchini, which I prepared in advance, a little bit of tomatoes, the chicken, 6 ounces of rice, so 6 ounces chicken, 6 ounces of rice, a little bit of sauerkraut, and then 300 grams of zucchini. So I think this meal ends up being about 50 grams of protein, about 40 grams of carbs, and like 3 grams of fats.
No, how do you not understand that you destroy the protein when you cook the meat, especially when you cook it that much with carcinogens all over it? Such strange people out there. You would think that these people at least understand something about the food that they eat, seeing as it's so important for them, although at the same time, for him specifically, no, because he's relying on the drugs completely. It wouldn't really matter what he eats. And you can see that because he mostly eats complete garbage, some kind of vegetables and fruits which don't even exist in nature. They have nothing to do with building muscle. He just eats them because he's brainwashed.
So, and some probiotics from the sauerkraut.
There's no probiotics in sauerkraut. Why do people say that? If anything, you could say that there's prebiotics because your gut microbiome would...
So sauerkraut's fermented.
Feed on the sauerkraut, but it has salt in it, which is an antibiotic, and the cabbage itself is only fiber, which...
As opposed to like broccoli, like I literally have to stay away from because it makes me so gassy. This deep.
Yes, because... Besides herbicides, muscle meat, of course.
All right, well, that was nice and retarded.
Between two trees on the airport loop off the 595 over there.
He was just commenting on Victor close grip benching 315. He said I used to be able to do that. So I jokingly said, let me guess, car accidents. He said, yeah. And then I say, how many? And how many have you been in? I thought it was 2.
Oh, now it's 3.
My bad. All right. 3, 2. I
top me all the time, right?
I lose track of Jason's car accidents.
You have to top me. What are you lifting? This is it? This is it.
I'm weak right now.
You're weak? Hold on. You want me to spot you? You need a spot?
No.
Yeah, I think Jason is preparing for his show in September a little prematurely. We were talking off camera. He's carb depleted.
Well, I tell you, that tan really makes you look leaner. What you think?
Well, it makes the top of his hands look leaner.
Well, I went to the beach so I could catch up to the orange look.
I feel
You like?
What's wrong, Chief?
I feel weak.
Why?
Carb depleted.
Why are you so carb depleted if your show's not till September?
I don't know, because I want to get rid of this weight.
Aren't you the one that always say Rome wasn't built in a day, you gotta do it slowly?
Rome wasn't built in a day, you look like the Tower of Pisa.
My joints feel weak. Not lubricated. I
Look
feel
like the
weak.
Tower of Pisa. You feel weak? You're gonna do this workout though, right? You're not gonna run and say, I don't feel.
You see, Jason, you're gonna encounter the same problem you did.
Is it true The Weeknd is your cousin? I don't think that's true.
Toward the end of the Adam Harper era, where you were constantly complaining about being tired and cranky and no energy and lethargic because you started starving yourself, carb depleted, you were dehydrated. Don't get caught in that same routine again.
Why don't you eat good carbs in the morning? Eat grits. It's a clean carb. You have some, just a small portion. It brings your strength up just a little bit, and at the same time, you won't be eating bad.
I eat oats in the morning, oatmeal.
Oats. It's not
okay.
It's not bad, but I'm telling you that grits are better.
I don't have no grits in my house. I have only oats.
We're not talking about instant grits. And we're not talking about instant oatmeal with sugar in it.
Oh my God.
And I would say a few other things, but you're lifting weights right now.
35?
When were you 235?
The highest I was 235. The end, I was the worst team. I was 235, yeah.
So, okay, what's the over-under on you? I'll say that, rephrase that.
I lost 35 pounds. It's pretty good, actually.
What are you supposed to get to?
I want to get down to like 180.
And you're going to enter that competition in September?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
How much you want to bet he doesn't enter the competition?
I will. No, come on, bro.
You're going to come up with a fucking bullshit?
No, the reason why I couldn't compete last time is because Adam says, I won't let you compete, you're not ready. So I don't want to,
I've been with Adam for fucking 2 years.
No, 1 year. 1 year. 1 year.
1 year.
It's been 1 year?
Yeah.
So I gotta when I get back down to 180, I'm just gonna step on stage. Fuck it, I don't care what happens.
Well, if Lenny competes, you gotta compete because you guys shook hands on it.
So 180, that's what I'm going for.
So they just spray tan your hands now, not the rest of your body?
That's what I said over there. I was like,
what the fuck is that?
His hands, man, they've been like that for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Well, his hands will win. His hands will win first place in the show.
You didn't want to pay for the full body spray, huh? Just do my hands. Oh my God. Hey, who are you driving around this morning? Friend. You're a fucking taxi cab now?
It was
You're a chauffeur? Jason, the chauffeur. We gotta get you a little fucking chauffeur hat. So you were a MMA fighter, power lifter, bodybuilder, air conditioning guy, now a chauffeur.
No, air conditioner.
Driving Miss fucking Daisy, huh? Air conditioner?
That's right. He was an actual air conditioner. At least that's how he worded it.
Ridiculous.
What's that?
The testing policies of Major League Sports makes no sense whatsoever. When the technology's there, everyone's accessible, and they use it as a guise of being fair. I mean, for health issues, it's come full circle around to where it'll prolong your career and keep you healthier. Everybody that does that are still alive and well. The guys drinking and doing the painkillers, they're the ones dead, incapacitated, or down and out.
Well, the reason why we're all talking about this is because we were talking about Kimbo Slice fighting Ken Shamrock this summer at Bellator, 7 years after they were originally supposed to fight. And everyone's talking about whether or not they're going to pass their preliminary drug tests. Apparently, if you've seen pictures of Ken Shamrock lately, he's huge. His arms are twice the size of when he fought.
The drug test is just, it's like the Diamond Classic up at West Palm. They called it drug tested. I competed in there. Let me tell you, I didn't have a polygraph, or I wasn't asked to urinate or give even a deciliter of blood, so you can figure that out.
Now, Lenny, I haven't seen you here in about 3 weeks, and I have a couple of questions for you. Number one, how is the pocket pussy doing?
Honest to God, and I'm being honest, I'm not bragging. I couldn't fit my thing in it. So I figured...
Lenny has a small penis. I've seen it. He could fit in it just fine.
Maybe it wasn't harnessed, so I took my liquid, whatever. It got like a crowbar, still didn't fit. So I was never big on lubricants, so I bought one at CVS Pharmacy. Put that on. It did not fit.
Are you enjoying this?
And I'm willing to prove it to all you viewers and all you naysayers out there, and I will physically show you, and you can even have somebody do a whole thing. It did not fit. And I'm not bragging, but honest to God, it did not fit.
Tell them to send you another one. Lenny, we'll take your word for it. How about that? You don't have to prove anything
and
to us.
And it's always the thickness. It's a thickness. I've had...
She's having trouble concentrating
many
over there.
black women. I can't believe how thick you are.
Oh, she just rolled her eyes at you, Lenny.
It's not the length, it's the thickness.
You have a naysayer behind you.
No, I don't. I have a longtime friend that speaks the truth as well as I do. And that's the truth. V-taper like a cobra, a king cobra. Thick triceps. Let's get in the air in there. Everybody watch very carefully. Filling the lungs up with air.
All right, don't light fucking light. All three. One, two, three. Right, I got it.
Good. Like butter. Good. You kidding me? Come on. You kidding me?
You got it. Come on.
Little dance step there.
Drive. Come on.
Come on, Vic.
The glasses look dope. Are they perfectly circular? Cheers from Austria and thanks for all you do. The Carnus 10 PCs must be debugged.
Well, thank you. Yes, they are perfectly circular. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Aikido.
Drive. Come on, you got it.
He's got that.
Come on.
Very impressive. Very.
So Lenny, what stage are you in right now? Is it bulking up? What are you up to these days?
Bulking up, high calorie, high protein, high carb, high fats, high water, nutrient saturation. Basically every 2 to 3 hours, a certain amount of protein, carbs, and fats. And there's no such thing as junk food. I'm looking at calories. And to tell you the truth, I've never been this lean at this weight. especially at this age, which is really has me excited.
How heavy are you going to get until you start cutting up and dropping
Most
down?
likely about 360.
Okay.
About 355 right now. But I will get on stage in September at the Ruby Classic at over 300 pounds. And I will be shredded.
Well,
That's a guarantee.
We need to make sure, and you got to stay on Jason about competing in that show with you, because I already see the handwriting on the wall with him. It's
well, the new handwriting is Jason's ass is going to the show, whether he shaves, tans, diets. I'll put him on a freaking Fruit of the Loom with skid marks on it and throw him out there. He will be bound and gagged and dragged onto that stage. And he's going to either come in and he's going to make a fool of himself, or he's going to come in and do what he needs to do and live up to his potential. It's his choice. He's got two choices, and I won't force it.
We should do no.
Freudian slip.
How did you find that in?
Victor's trying to have like a somewhat serious conversation with Lenny.
I am serious.
No, but we should do a body weight challenge. I add 85 pounds to myself.
I know, we can lift each other up and guess each other's body weights. Victor's getting turned on.
Victor is replacing Nate. In Nate's absence this morning, we have Victor, the involuntary replacement. Go from knee wrap Nate to wrist wrap Victor. There we go.
That's the only reason he's doing that weight is the wrist wraps. The only reason.
That's the only reason why Victor
Take off the wrist wraps. Victor will be screaming for help. Such a good sport.
Gotta be in this place.
Yeah. But the trim waist of that, the Adon.
Just curious, would you say all your friends are very smart like you? Or do you have friends that aren't the smartest but have good character traits? Thanks, nigga.
Yeah, I would say all my current friends are quite intelligent. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool.
Honest look.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Don't break the camera.
It would have been broken already a long time ago, trust me. Surprised nobody has.
I think I got Victor sexually aroused, man. He said, oh my God, he couldn't believe it.
What's going on?
I think I got Victor sexually aroused.
Yeah. Why don't we get Victor's take on that?
Victor went from a don't film me to a full-fledged lifetime pervert. In one swoop.
Victor, just do yourself a favor and go back to the bench and work out, man, because this is...
You know, if you're pushing that kind of weight he did, honestly, you can't be normal. You can't think normal. It's just not possible.
Well, it doesn't mean he has to think about rolling around with naked men either, Lenny. There is a happy medium somewhere.
But I could detect, you know, it struck a nerve with him. You can call it a Freudian slip.
He seems a little more energetic ever since you brought that up, actually.
Yeah, he does.
Look at him. He's going heavier. He's going for heavier weight.
James P.P. Burgess donated $2. Is this autism?
Fucking vegans. Look away now.
This isn't autism, this is just retardation.
No, Tracy. You try this.
You can tell just by the look on his face that tastes fucking gross.
Yeah. Why would
you summuptish? I asked you a question in chat and you left me on read. I feel so ignored, unloved, and so unappreciated and abused. I'll never donate to you even again as long as live, which will be a long time 'cause I'm vegan, so fuck me yay. Lesbian.
Alright, well, my apologies. Thanks for the donation, a little bit is a lot.
why would you not eat this roll? Human beings survived long before fire. Exactly, yeah. That's all bullshit.
Yeah, so, I guess you can have fun getting, Listeria or E. coli or whatever the fuck is in uncooked meat.
It would probably be better if it weren't so cold out the fridge.
Ah, no. I don't mind the cold stuff. Look, that's a fact. Look. When you buy the fatty bit, look.
Well, Eddie Abu's gone full retard. That is Aaron P. That is Lamar Thompson playing South Park. Thanks for the donation, James P.P. Burgess.
Wait. He's trying to impress
Thanks for the membership, less is more. Appreciate it.
me.
He'll do anything to
It's part of the courtship process. Going heavier in front of Lenny.
I think Victor, next time I'm here, will have 7 plates on that bench. Gonna take his shirt off. I hope my 1 pound of roast beef and half a box of Cheerios and a quart of milk digest, and the 2 bananas.
Well, let's hope it doesn't.
2 cups of applesauce and the 30 grapes.
Let's hope it doesn't come shooting out of your nose after your set. That would be.
Look at those triceps. Hey Victor, this is for you. Upright to the front, no candy ash straps. And 8 years older than you, 10 years older than you. No candy ash straps. 2 a bicep surgery and elbow surgeries. You can see the scars. All right, let's see. And I don't work in a bank either. I'm in there sweating in a kitchen. I'm not in a bank with the rest of the metrosexual scum.
What is it about this gym talking about their injuries and accidents?
It's our excuses, but I'm not making any. This is upright, not beat of Victor's cheat style. Victor! 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 Look at that back. That's as big as your waterbed, Victor. Why don't you go take a nap between the crack of my back?
It's time for Trump retardation.
Yep, it is. Thanks for the donation, Cody.
I don't want to. Jason, put your foot on the scale, man. Get this jerk off back.
Wait a minute, I don't understand. I don't understand. I was 200 this morning, now I'm 220.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people, at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess the guy who got shot in the head right behind Trump, I guess God wasn't on his side. What a fucking jackass.
The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect...
Did you see my earlier dono?
About the twerking? Yeah, I said, I could do the twerk, but it would be very difficult right now. Especially today, I'm absolutely exhausted. I didn't really get much sleep last night. Probably only slept like 2 full hours. I'm super, super exhausted. Tomorrow or just later on in the week would be better to do a long twerk, but today I'm just really fucking wrecked. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that They knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears...
No one thought he was dead. We could all see that he was very much alive.
are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors...
Ears do not bleed more than any other part of the body. Try getting shot in the leg and having your femoral artery pierced. That's the thickest artery in the body. If somebody shoots you in the leg, your femoral artery can squirt blood like 20 feet.
Told me that, and I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just...
Dude, this guy, like, literally cannot say anything truthful. Just everything. For no fucking benefit to himself. He will just lie for the fuck of it.
They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me, and you can see...
The video is sped up. It's at 1.5 times speed.
That love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it.
You seen this yet, bro?
Crackhead tries to fight animal rights activists and gets put down. This is on YouTube, so it should be fine.
Probably not at the moment.
What? You think it's okay?
Yeah.
Fucking. Get out! Fucking move on. Move on. Fucking move on.
Okay.
You don't have to stand me.
Hey, look at that. You've got your like drink all over this place.
If some random crackhead bitch came up to me doing this shit, I'd literally choke her to sleep.
Oi! Tommy, don't fuck off. Fucking get out of my face. Seriously.
Fuck off.
What'd you call me?
Oi.
Back the fuck up.
Oi.
There's
kids here.
What did you call me?
Oi, what did you say about kids? What did you say about kids?
Don't raise your fist at me. Don't fuck me.
Go on, fuck off, you
What,
cunt.
you think it's okay? No, you get out of my fucking face. Right?
Can you unhook me? I'll throw this bitch.
Fucking.
Right, that's it, unhook
Hear
me.
what you said to me.
Unfucking hook
Get
me.
out! Fucking move on. Fuck off. Move on. You fuck off. Fuck away. apologise because you pushed my fucking buttons, cunt. Alright? Stay the fuck away from me. Alright, well, fucking. Alright, foot at ass cunt. Get the fuck away, ass cunt. Alright? You got warned. You were fucking warned. I warned you. I warned you.
Come on. If you just get her away, that's what's going to be bad.
Take her away. She keeps coming back over.
Come on. I gave you a warning. Now back the fuck
Come on.
off.
Come on. Come on.
You're lucky we don't get fucking
Young
police.
lady. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Please.
You fucking asked for that. You fucking asked for that. Come at me again. You fucking not getting back up, alright?
And I took her away.
Take her away. She's the one that keeps coming back.
Come at me again. You will not be getting back up next time.
Well, that seems like fun. Thanks for the donation, Ritzy.
Wanted to do something to let him know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
I have bad news for lean beef patty.
And so
What is
bad
this?
news, lean beef patty is no longer lean. And so I have bad news. The diet needs to stop. Already watched a video and I realized this about the sad passing of her dog, Chili Dog, and so rest in peace, Chili Dog. But what I want to talk about in this video is that I also have some bad news. And the bad news, and Lean Beef Patty knows it, is that her diet isn't going so well and it's causing her to develop body dysmorphia.
Okay, so today is a leg and glute workout. I finally made it past the weird part of the cut where you feel really cruddy because you're eating less.
And it's leg and glute day, and she's warming up on the treadmill, and she says she's finally made it past the cruddy or the shitty part of the diet. And so she says you feel like shit, you're not feeling very good, and the reason for this is because you're in a calorie deficit. You're eating fewer calories than your maintenance. But the problem is you haven't dropped any body fat. Okay, I want to educate you. When you eat in a calorie deficit, you're going to burn body fat. There is no weird part of the diet where you magically are in a calorie deficit and you're losing all kinds of weight and none of it is fat. When you go on a calorie deficit, it doesn't take weeks for your body to start burning fat. It's most likely going to happen on day 1, perhaps on day 2, but certainly not weeks. The first thing that's going to happen when you go on a calorie deficit is your muscle glycogen stores are going to go down. And with that, you're going to lose more water. And so in the first week of dieting, expect the scale weight to go down faster than last time. But unfortunately, that rapid loss you see in the first week, it isn't all fat. A lot of it is going to be water. But Lean Beef is stating that none of it is fat. And so this is just not true.
But you still have all the amount of fat that you started with, so you're just super flat, feel like poo, not leaner at all than when you started.
And so she says after the diet starts, you're essentially just flat. You feel like poo, which is essentially dog shit. You feel like garbage. You have no energy and you haven't even lost any body fat. And so what would be the point? Well, she's saying that you have to keep going. You have to stick to the diet because eventually your body's now going to burn body fat. Now, one thing she said is true is that you're going to look flat. Flat just means that the muscles don't pop so much. And the reason for that is because they have those reduced glycogen stores. With lower carbs in your diet, less calories, you have less muscle glycogen. And so the muscles just don't have the same fullness as they once did. But remember, this is to be expected when you go on a diet. It's inevitable. But you are, of course, burning body fat. And so here's the thing, and this is what I really...
Doesn't Trump realize how ridiculous he looks with that bandage on his head?
I don't even know if his fans realize. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
really want you to pay attention to. Pay attention right now. If you're feeling like shit on a diet after only 1 week, your diet has to stop now. Not later, not in a couple weeks, not in a month from now, right now. Because guess what? Every single week that you diet, you're going to feel worse.
So that is very stupid and bad advice for a lot of people. For one thing, your body adjusts to what you're eating. So it would be expected that
Do you think Lean Beef Patty has one of those jawns that snaps and winks at you after a vigorous clit session, or one of those open gapers with wizard sleeves? Is she going to cast a pussy spell? A pussy spell? Is she going to cast a pussy ULLLLLLLLL //
I wouldn't know. Thanks for the donation though, beef patties. So your body adjusts to what you're eating. It would be expected that you might feel crappy the first few days on a diet, and then after that period of time, you just start to feel more normal and better. Secondly, there's a lot of people who are just fat asses who eat like shit, who aren't used to dieting, and by just eating less and cleaning up their diet, they're not going to be used to that, and they might feel really bad about it, both psychologically and physically. So, no. You feeling bad on a given diet is not a sign that you're not dieting well.
Not better, but worse. The lower your body fat levels drop, the less energy you're going to have. You don't suddenly start feeling amazing weeks into a diet. The further you go below your body's genetic set point for maintaining body fat, the more shitty you're going to feel. And so if you go on a 12-week cut and in the first week you're feeling like poo, you're feeling like garbage, you're looking flat, nothing's going right, you need to stop the diet. I mean, obviously I could suggest you read my freaking Circle Diet book or Cookbook 3.1, but everyone already knows that. I mean, obviously you're dieting using my cookbook. But even with my cookbook, if you're feeling like dog shit the first week, you need to consume more calories. Perhaps you're dieting too hard. When you go on a cut, it shouldn't feel like misery. It should feel easy. The first week should be the easiest of all. It's only going to get harder from here.
So I'm past that to the point where I do feel like I'm leaner, but now, like, feeling uncomfortably small.
And so her words, not mine. Don't write in the comment section that I'm an a-hole, that I'm treating her like garbage, that I'm just a drama coach, Greg, because she's saying she's dysmorphic. She's now at the point of the diet where she's feeling dysmorphic, and by that she means she feels small. She has body dysmorphia. Look at her physique right now. She's walking backwards on the treadmill. All I see is amazing thighs, great quad development, the hamstrings. We see the abs, the shoulders, the triceps. The girl has more muscle than last time. She looks exquisite, but yet she feels small. And all the while, she's feeling like poo, like dog shit. Why? Because she's in a calorie deficit, she's on a diet. And for what? You're going to tell me that it's smart or intelligent behavior to go on a diet knowing that you're going to feel like dog shit? That you're going to feel small, flat, not have energy? Why would you do it? After all, does she not already look incredible? Before this diet began, remember, I already made a video on this. All shit on Coach Greg. Oh, he doesn't care about anyone. Did I not say she looked incredible? I said, why is she dieting? Oh, she has the right to die. She can do whatever she wants. Yeah, but should she? But should she? And do I not have the right to comment based on my experience, based on what I know, that it's probably not smart for somebody who formerly had an ED to suddenly be going on a diet when she's already very lean? Do you not remember her name is Lean Beef Patty? Why does she need to get leaner than last time? Imagine feeling uncomfortably small. And remember, she is a short queen. She's very short, but she's not saying she feels small because of her height. It's because of her lack of muscle pop from being in a calorie deficit. Less glycogen, less muscle fullness, she's feeling flat, less energy, it's all bad.
We're feeling good though. We're feeling good aside from the fact that feeling weak, but also not training the way that I was training before.
And so everything's good aside from the fact that she's feeling weak and unable to train the way she used to. Everything's hunky-dory. I'm gonna argue that if you're on a diet and you can't train the way you used to, and that you don't feel as good, you don't have as much energy, that the diet isn't working.
I'm not training for strength right now.
But hey, she's justifying it because, well, she's not training for strength right now. There is no powerlifting out of energy. And so what I would suggest is...
Here we go. Yeah, fucking supplements.
Hard as much 50.
I could also change the rep range, but I'm not going to.
And so notice the lack of enthusiasm. I could change the set rep amount, or I could do this, I could change that, but I'm not going to. She just seems to be going through the motion. She doesn't have that je ne sais quoi, that joie de vie. She does not seem particularly happy, and she keeps saying throughout the video, no bueno. That means not good. Coach Greg's been studying Spanish harder than last time. And so it's not good, why not make it better? Mejor bano que la dernière fois. Coach Greg is more trilingual than frigging last time.
This is still challenging, and that was only set number 1.
And so she's already lacking energy. It's set number 1. She doesn't seem to have the energy to go harder than last time throughout her workout.
There was definitely too much intra-set stalling.
And so she says, look, I got through the exercise, but I was resting too much between reps during the set. Intraset stalling, she called it. If you're eating at maintenance, you know, main gaining, or perhaps eating from my cookbook, or taking harder than last time pre-workouts, I'm certain she would be able to complete more reps than last time.
Oh my gosh.
Sure.
No. No bueno. I definitely could have got that if I was stronger mentally.
And so she's saying if I were stronger mentally, I could have gotten that set. She says, no bueno. Listen, it wasn't a lack of mental fortitude. I watch you do all these sets, these reps. The intensity is amazing. She's pushing harder than last time, despite being in a calorie deficit. It's because she truly has passion for the sport, and because she can will her way to pushing this hard. Rare do you see anyone training this hard in the gym. This is not training half-assed. This is training harder than last time. She failed that rep because she wasn't strong enough to get it. And the reason she wasn't strong enough is because she wasn't consuming enough calories. And why isn't she consuming enough calories? Well, because she's on a diet. A diet that's led to her not feeling good, feeling flat, and feeling like she's small. And so, why are we dieting? And so, I have bad news. The diet needs to stop. And technically, is that bad news? Really? I would love to hear, hey, you don't need to diet anymore. You've done enough. You're good. Isn't that reason enough to celebrate? And so lean beef patty, why not stop the cut, eat some more calories, and you'll then feel so much better in the gym. The negative self-talk, it's not conducive to helping in any regards. The studies are very clear on this. People who negative self-talk, it's not doing them any good. Rather than focusing on the negative, I wasn't strong enough to get this rep. Why wasn't I enough? Why am I not strong enough to get this? I'm mentally weak. Rather than thinking that, why not think, when I get off this cut, I'm going to attack that weight. I'm going to go harder than last time next time I get to the gym. Two people can experience the exact same event. One walk away with positivity, the other.
I mean, this is a little stupid too. You need, especially when you're doing your own programming, you need to have internal honesty where you need to be able to tell yourself that, okay, you didn't try as hard as you could have. So it doesn't really help you to say, well, I'm dieting, that's the best I could have done. You do have to think, okay, did I just give up there, or could I have gotten more? And if you could have gotten more, then you have to reaffirm to yourself that, okay, if I can do more, then I really have to push myself and do more and not just give up.
Negativity. I believe she's being negative about this. She's saying, I trained as hard as I could and I couldn't get that rep. I'd be thinking, I pushed as hard as I freaking could and I trained to failure. What does the feel like she did good? My training methodology is this. You go to the gym and you train harder than last time. You can write out all you want. 100 pounds times 10 reps. Next time, 100 pounds times 11. The next week, 100 pounds times 12. But I'm telling you, might have a very good or very bad day. You're not always going to go up. You're not always going to get the reps program. But what you can always do is go harder than last time. You can do your best. You go to the gym and you train harder than last time. As hard as you can. And if you fail and you didn't quite push as hard as you thought, the next workout, you do better. On any given workout, you say, I'm going to try to do better than I did last day. Perhaps you don't, but you give it your all. And if you don't do so well, the next day you say, I'm going to try to beat my previous day. That way you always have a goal in mind. Doesn't matter if you get an extra rep, if the weight goes up, because after all, many people are just going to cheat the weight. They're going to use improper lifting technique, bad form, and so on. They're going to ego lift in the gym. But without ego lifting, without checking on the weight, you can push yourself harder. You could slow down the eccentric, pause the weight, use mind-muscle connection, anything to make it feel harder than ever before. And if you can't get it harder than ever before, pick up harder than last time. It's for the downstairs. If you're...
I think I bought...
Is that like 5 supplement ads in the space of 13 minutes? Yeah, that was 5, wasn't it? Holy fuck, dude.
like 20 pounds of beef because it was like a deal if you bought more. I don't know why I just assumed it was 96.4.
And so here's the thing. Her name is literally Lean Beef Patty. She buys 20 pounds of beef without checking anything, just assumes it is what it is because, hey, it's going to be a better deal because I'm getting 20 pounds, only to discover it's 80-20 beef. Do you know what that means? It means that 20% of that beef is fat by weight. For every 100 grams, 20 of those grams are fat.
I think he's missing the more important issue that she's paying for animals to get tortured and murdered.
20 times 9 calories per gram is 180 calories from fat per 100 gram serving. 100 grams is a bit over 3 ounces. It's not a lot of beef. And so do you really want to consume the fattiest beef you can get? Really? Her name is Lean Beef Patty. She's on a diet. She's consuming 80-20 beef. 80-20 beef is very, very fattening. It's the cheapest, the crappiest cut of beef that I would never, ever consume. She meant to buy 96.4, only 4 grams of fat per 100 gram serving. Very healthy. And so here's some tips.
Sorry, did Greg just say beef is healthy? Buddy, let's take a reality check here. I don't think a food that is classified as a cancer-causing carcinogen is ever going to be healthy.
And I teach these in my videos in the past and so on. When you cook your fatty beef, your hamburger, what you do is when you cook this fatty beef, the hamburger, you then strain it the way you would pasta. You put it under the sink and you rinse the fat out of the container. If you do that, you're going to eliminate a lot of the extra fat. And after all, if you are trying to save money and you're buying 80-20 beef and you get rid of that fat through the strainer, it's going to be a lot healthier. It says Spanish words.
Alan Lichtman just came out with a new video. All right, let's see. Why the fuck? Oh, it's... He didn't.
Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey. Compare it to her. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable.
Yeah, by the way, after this guy died, Trump didn't even bother calling this person's family. Only Biden did. And hilariously, they didn't have the gratitude to even answer the phone call. But Trump didn't even bother contacting this person's family. Couldn't be fucked. So Trump is saying, oh, this guy was such a great person. He's an amazing father. Okay, so why didn't you bother calling his family? It's because you don't care. You only care about yourself. You're a fucking narcissist.
And seriously wounded.
He came out with a new short video.
Joe Biden has dropped out of the race. This has profound implications for my 13 keys to the...
Should we laugh or cry? All these dead dismembered animals so Frank can give advice. I will vote for RFK. Say hello to Pop.
You should not vote for RFK. You should vote for whoever the Democratic nominee is. But, Frank is just a piece of shit. Doesn't matter if you laugh or cry, he's just a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, James.
The White House prediction that's been right since 1984. The Democrats lose the incumbency key, but they could still preserve the contest key if the Democrats follow Biden's advice and unite behind Harris. Aside from the keys, history shows that since 1900, the White House party has never been reelected when it loses both the incumbency and the contest key. But they have at least an equal chance if they preserve the contest key.
Yep. You want to bet the Democrats won't run Harris and they'll just fuck themselves over? Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Joe Biden has dropped out.
Yeah, we just watched that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. He was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly, acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
Does this mean Kamala Harris is going to be president now?
No, the Democrats haven't selected the nominee, so if they do, then yes. If not, then, obviously no. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine. Just hold up, he sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey.
I wonder what he's thinking right here. Oh God, this is boring. How long do I have to do this for? Oh, there we go.
To lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, We will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving...
Corey, does he mean that firefighter that had pro-Putin propaganda on his computer? If so, then fuck him, may he rest in piss.
Yep, that's the guy. The pro-Putin MAGA retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I love my fanboys and fangirls.
Yeah, they're pretty great. Thanks for the donation, James.
Democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read. On Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want...
Trump is a true gangster. Bro literally took a bullet and stood the fuck back up like a G. Meanwhile you wanna dit behind a computer and talk shit while your ass breaks your leg squatting 225. Get your half-breed mulatto ass back on the plantation, faggot.
Trump didn't take a bullet. It just whizzed by his ear. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
To unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever.
Kid Boo, just shut up. If anything, Trump needs to get some exorcisms before his heart gives out from all those Big Macs.
We can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand. He's away, and that's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years, and he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here, they called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? You see that? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I'm going to tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country. Make America great again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year.
And by stronger and better he means more Faxim and Nazism.
Yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Right? They're going to have a good time. They're going to have a good time. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation. To every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic, I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that.
I just watched your debate with Pro-Extinctionist. You got utterly destroyed, bro. You, ara, 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 you, ara.
He didn't make an argument, so I don't know how that could be the case, but thanks for the donation. Make America gay again.
For 52 years, somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to...
Straw hat saying make animal cruelty wrong again could be sold on a t-shirt, perhaps nigger.
I'll do that for you.
Pineapple on a pizza. 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 Pineapple on a pizza.
Okay, fuck. There you go. There's a hat that says make animal cruelty wrong again. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
Asia, Europe, or someplace. Or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been.
Here's some good news that came out of the Republican National Convention, RNC, this weekend. Remember that vegan barbecue booth that was set up there? Well, it turned out to be a big success. Smile.
Yeah, I know. I already heard about this. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. People don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress, and I said, oh, that's okay, we won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen.
The total yearly homicide rate in the U.S., I don't even think is close to 100,000. Total homicides per year, U.S. There was a total of 21,156 reported homicide cases in the U.S. in 2022. So, Yeah. Trump is claiming there are hundreds of thousands of Americans being murdered per year by illegal immigrants. There's only about 20,000 homicides total. Like, what is this retarded shit?
I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last...
Yeah, so that made absolutely no sense. Trump... Finn, lie down. Trump... Ah! Down! No, no. You're going down if you're being too annoying. Trump moved the Israeli embassy into Jerusalem, which caused a huge problem. And there was a whole political... Yeah, what was it? It wasn't the March of Return, was it? There were a number of political issues in Israel, like mass protests. Trump did absolutely nothing about that. So what the fuck is he talking about? He would have solved these problems in Israel. Like, there were problems in Israel during his presidency, some of which he exacerbated, and he did nothing about it.
2.5 years, they were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it?
Yeah, and by the way, Trump also encouraged Russia to invade more nations. So he's saying, oh yeah, I would have made sure Russia never invaded Ukraine, but he's in support of Russia invading Ukraine, and he said he's in favor of Russia invading more countries. So this is just a lie.
Congressman who was a Democrat say, well,
no,
whether you like
down.
it or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran.
Yeah, so this is great. He's still denying the election, still claiming it's rigged, still talking about insurrectionist rhetoric.
And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States,
7 years
the 10
old.
worst, added them up,
No,
they will not have done the
down.
damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, that were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? the black population and the Hispanic population because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too.
So, again, this isn't true. You can look at job growth in the U.S. Under Biden, there has been more job growth under Trump, and it's above the peak amount of jobs that were created under Trump. So that's not true.
Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression.
That's not true. At this point, wage increases have outpaced inflation, so not true.
We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration...
By the way, he says this, but he has absolutely no economic plan whatsoever to reduce inflation, create job growth, any of this. He was claiming that he's going to impose like 100% tariffs or something on Chinese goods that would increase inflation. The cost of products will increase. So the cost of living will increase. He's talked about removing income tax. Like, I don't know how it just, nothing makes fucking sense. He says all these things, but then he doesn't, like, he won't explain how he's going to actually do it. And some of his economic and tax policies completely contradict some of his goals. Oh, there's a little Finn here. Hey, Finn. Finn likes being held like a baby. It's because you are a baby. Isn't that right, Finn? Yeah, you're still a baby. That's a good little Finn. Yeah, Finn, you're a baby. You're my little baby. This is a good baby. Look at this little baby thing. That's a good baby. Yes. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, he keeps stepping on my
Our
nuts.
current administration, groceries are up
Lie down.
57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled.
Gasoline is not up 60 to 70%. Mortgage rates have not quadrupled.
And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation.
How? Explain how. Like he won't explain. Like Joe Biden has talked about policies to bring down the cost of rent. He's going to make it so landowners can't increase rent by more than 5%. He's talked about giving big tax penalties for big banks buying up single-family homes. What's Trump's plan? He'll never tell you. And he probably doesn't have a plan. These are just all things he's saying because they sound good.
Manufacturing and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy.
We were not energy independent under Trump, so that's bullshit. There's more domestic energy production under Biden than under Trump. Literally everything he's saying is a lie.
Energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt. $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce...
Oh, really? We'll start reducing the debt. Dude, you've increased the deficit more than any other president in a 4-year term, and that's even before you factor in COVID. Like, the tax cuts that Trump imposed caused that massive increase in the deficit, and Trump is talking about slashing taxes even more. The deficit spending is going to just increase under fucking Trump. This is just another fucking lie.
Reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut. Right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it.
The Democratic Party has not said they're going to raise taxes blanketly. They've only talked about increasing taxes on the most wealthy, like the top 1%. And Trump is saying they're going to increase taxes by 4 times what you're paying now. No, they have not. You're retarded. That makes no fucking sense. So he's saying somebody who's in a 20% tax bracket is going to end up having to pay 80% tax. Like, this is just delusional, retarded horseshit.
You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous...
Trump's tax cut was not the largest tax cut. I think he reduced taxes by something like... what was it? 0.5% if you adjust for GDP. I think the largest tax cut was something like under Reagan, which was 2%.
This growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
So he's going to lower taxes, but somehow have more tax money to fix the infrastructure. Please explain to me how that would work. Depeche Burgess donated $2.
Pizza rolls are gone. Nigga, when your pizza...
Okay. That was that's great. Skydiver records himself free falling through a rainy cloud. Well, that's neat. I wonder what this man's chin looks like. You should shave. I'm sure it will look good. Okay. 20 minutes later. Yeah. She didn't leave you on read. You left her speechless. Hit her DMs again, big dog. It's probably bad advice. Thanks for the donation, though, Depeche Burgess.
And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one, thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories, just started, are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country, no tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it, and we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, a USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America, and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many, hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be...
He had an opportunity to do this in his first presidency, he never did it. Secondly, like again, he was just talking about how he's going to lower the cost of all these cars by getting rid of the electric vehicle mandate. Well, if you're going to force auto manufacturers to only produce cars in the United States, the cost of cars are going to increase. Like, there's a reason why they're outsourcing to areas like Mexico and China. It's because it's cheaper. So if you're going to have to pay more for labor by making cars domestically, the cost of cars are going to have to go up. Like, again, nothing he's saying is making any fucking sense.
Very popular, actually. Here it's very popular. This building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called No Tax on Tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, Sarah, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find them? She said, actually, I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say, and they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after them even more. And I said, this shows the level of my...
So, oh my God, this is just so retarded. He's criticizing Biden for increasing the number of IRS agents. If you have more IRS agents, that means you can collect more tax revenue. That's actually one of the reasons why the deficit didn't go up so much under Biden, and he was able to get so much more tax revenue. It's because of the increase in IRS agents. Now he's saying he's going to lower the deficit while suggesting that he's going to reduce the amount of IRS agents. So he's going to make a tax cut, reduce the number of IRS agents, eliminate the deficit, and have more money for, like, public infrastructure. How? That makes no sense. None of this makes any sense. It's just stupid.
You know, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like...
Yeah, so again, with his tax policy, that makes no sense. I don't know how he's going to support things like Social Security and Medicare with a tax cut and getting rid of IRS agents. The whole plan for Biden to support Social Security was to tax the rich more. That was going to help fund Social Security. So again, how is he going to help fund Social Security if he's going to reduce taxes?
Never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, you know, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in My 4 years, we moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them, they put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spent on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day, I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back for years and years. When I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They closed the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally.
Yeah, what he's saying doesn't make any sense. If somebody's seeking asylum, they can come in however the fuck they want. Like, again, if you're fleeing your country, you can't go to an embassy and, like, file for a visa or anything like that. It just doesn't work that way. When he talks like this, it just makes it clear that he doesn't even understand what illegal immigration is. It's like when he was talking about NATO, he literally flat out admitted he didn't know what NATO was. And then he had this like stupid idea that you have to pay into NATO. There's like some NATO fund, and he thought certain countries weren't paying into the NATO fund, but they're still getting NATO benefits. Like, he doesn't know what NATO is. He doesn't understand what illegal immigration is.
Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life. That was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol. One of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart.
So after Biden's executive order, there are less border crossings under Biden than under Trump.
Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it, and by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted to seal the border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in.
Mangus donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god, that's a good Mangus. Oh, he's getting a pancake. Oh, that's a good Mangus. Wow, oh my god, he's getting another pancake. that's a good mangus. Oh my god, look at that side eye. Oh, that's a good side eye. Oh my goodness. Whoa, that's a good side eye. Oh my god, that's a nice dog. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh my god, that dog's laying an egg on his head. Oh. That's a good mangus. Very mangusy. That's a nice little bear. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, Mangus. Fuck the line, donate $2. The line just went live. Please get in the queue.
Right now, it looks like it's going to be Kamala Harris as the nominee, but we won't know until the convention. And actually, Biden's just made that a little announcement. He has also said that he is going to address the American people sometime this week. So there will be a slightly bigger announcement. And I really hope it doesn't get tarnished.
Fuck,
Because,
it's Matt Dillahunty.
I retweeted his announcement and said, thank you for your service, Mr. President. And of course, some buffoon, godless, heathen, libertarian dude was like, what service? And I'm like, oh, I don't know. He was a senator for years. He was the president, the commander in chief. I really just wanted to ask the dude, what service have you done? Because, while I've never served in public
Ready to
office,
connect.
I did
Click
do
connect to
8.5
show
years in the
now.
military. So let's compare records as to, which one of us has actually served there.
Thank you for calling the line. You will soon be connected to the call screen.
A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host. In the meantime, enjoy this music. You may listen to the show while waiting. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host.
Because at least it gives us something honest to work with. It's much better to acknowledge that you don't know than to pretend you do and wind up looking really foolish. The other thing is there's going to be a delay. We're going to try to mute or whatever we need to do to make sure we're not all talking over each other. There is, in fact, even a delay between Eric and myself. I don't know if everybody realizes that. There's a delay between the callers. But when you see hosts kind of butting heads over timing, it's because there's a little bit of a delay there as well. I'm open to pretty much anything today as far as calls. There are a couple things that I'm not going to address right away, as I'm knocking out some videos when I get back from oral surgery, assuming I'm able to talk at all. But if you're going to call in, if you have a sort of esoteric God belief, something that's just you, like you're not part of any organized religion and you're not part of any normative view on religion, so you just have, I believe in a God. If you don't have a defense of it, other than I just think this is the case, probably best not to call. Because if all you can do is call in and just say, hey, I believe in a God, but I can't demonstrate it to anybody. I don't know that I have any evidence-based reason for this. I'm not even sure what arguments there are. I'd still be happy to talk to you and finding out how and why you can actively believe a proposition that you can't describe, can't defend, et cetera. Those things are interesting. If you're calling in to present one of the classical arguments for the existence of God, we've addressed them many times over the last couple of decades. And so it's pretty straightforward as to what questions we're likely to ask. So if we interrupt, we're trying to steer a conversation in a way that's productive, and you are talking to at least one person who's been doing this for 2 decades and somebody else who's been doing it for a while as well. That's the part that's potentially not fair. As the two of us have engaged with trained apologists on numerous occasions, if you're just, oh, listen to the puppies. If you're just the average believer out there and you just finished church and you decided to skip Sunday evening service and then you got
Matt
directed here, and
Dillahunty
you're like,
doesn't
"Hang
want to
on,
argue
here's a couple of
veganism. That's the
atheists."
issue. I might not be allowed in the call.
Yeah, you can call in and kind of ask us questions as well, but we're mostly interested in people who are willing and eager to defend their religious beliefs. On that note,
we currently don't have theistic callers, so all the first callers that are queued up are all atheists right now, and I'm ready if you're ready.
Hi there. Thank you so much for calling the line. Are you calling from Canada, Richard?
Oh, hello. Yes.
Hi.
I am. Yeah, I
Great.
just recently moved to Ottawa, in fact.
Well, it says, the IP lookup says you're calling from Canada. I just wanted to ask, are you a theist or an atheist?
I am an atheist, and to be specific, I'm a nihilist. Did you hear me?
I did.
Okay.
I'm just hemming and hawing here. And you would like to talk to Matt and Eric about that you believe that animals should have human rights. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And Richard, what pronouns, the flavor of pronouns do you like to use when you use them?
He, him.
Cool. My name is Stephanie. My pronouns are she, her, and thank you for calling the line. I'm going to put you in the host queue right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You have been put in the holding queue. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host.
Is anybody
we can
owed
go over the
sex?
definition of an incel.
Is anybody owed sex? Why are you already? This is you already got banned from my Twitch for doing this dishonestly. So when I ask questions, it would really, 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 really benefit you to answer them.
Okay, you can go ahead with the questions. I thought I was gonna mention.
I already
something
asked
before
one.
the questions. No, the answer is no.
Okay. Continue with your case. So you're not an incel, but you're supportive of the truth about incels. What is the truth that we need to know that is relevant to the whiny little bitches who think people owe them sex?
I would like to evaluate. Should I answer your question or mention my things first, and then we go back and forth? Because...
Go ahead. Mention your things first.
Okay. I would like to evaluate the definition of incel, and then second, black pill. We can go over the definition of incel, which stands for involuntarily celibate. Does this definition include violence or misogyny in it? It's a yes or no question.
Not just the label, no.
Okay, awesome. And incels, who are people that they mentioned that they are not getting sex and it's not in their control. Do you have a problem with this? Is this possible for someone who wants to have sex but he's not able to get sex? Is that possibility for somebody? Yes or no?
Is the question, is it possible for someone to want to have sex and not find someone to have sex with? Of course that's possible.
Awesome. Okay, so this is the definition of an incel. So it seems like we settled on this. I don't see any misogyny. I don't see any violence. I don't see anything else.
No. If you're not going to argue honestly, this is going to go really fucking poorly for you. You asked if,
I'm honest.
If the fact that... Keep interrupting me. See how fucking long you go without getting banned here. You ready?
Yes. Sorry, there is a lag.
Is it possible for someone to be involuntarily celibate and not be a knowing, identifying, labeling incel?
Yes, it's possible.
Cool. So you don't just get to point to people who would like to have sex and can't and say that they are incels if they don't identify with that label. The incel ideology includes notions about attractiveness and about who is in charge of sex.
I do not agree with that.
Okay. So what's black pill ideology?
Incels believe in the black pill ideology. However, we went over the definition of incel, involuntarily celibate. There's nothing else about that. That's all it is. Now we are going back to the black pill. Black pill ideology supports. It talks about a few topics. One of them is one of the biggest factors in order for you to attract a sexual partner is outside of your control, and that is your physical attractiveness, which is determined by your genetics. That's one of the topics within the
No, it's
subcategory
not
of black
determined. No, it's not. No, it's not determined by your genetics. And also, see, attractiveness is subjective. And while there are normative standards and genetics plays a factor in it, you don't get to dumb this down to, oh, you would like to have sex, but you're not attractive, and that's genetics. But let's assume just for a second that there's someone out there who is normatively unattractive, just kind of across the board, generally you're unattractive. So what? Why does there need to be a black pill ideology? Why isn't it just the fact that this person is not as attractive as another person to the people they wish they were attractive to?
So this is a fact, and many people do not see this. However, black pill clarifies this fact and goes into the detail why you are not objectively more attractive. You said looks are subjective. I'm going to disagree with that. Looks are
You're
mostly
wrong.
objective, proven by the...
No.
Okay.
No.
I have my
No.
research.
No. Stop. When I say no, stop fucking talking right then, okay?
Okay.
Cool. That makes it a lot easier. I didn't say, or if I did say, let me clarify this. Attractiveness is subjective. How you look, the actual phenotype, is a presentation of your genes. But how other people assess your phenotype is not merely a product of your genes.
Okay. I have a question.
Okay.
So if majority of women prefer taller guys, would this be objective stance or would this be subjective? We can clarify this then. I believe this would be objective if most women prefer a man that is taller than them. Wouldn't that be objective?
Okay. I don't understand why you're asking this question, but I'm going to address this. If it is a fact that the majority... Stop. If it is a fact that the majority of...
Hello? What? It just said the call has ended. What the fuck? Why the hell did that happen?
Ready to connect. Click connect to show now.
Thank you for calling the line. You will soon be connected to the call screen.
You may listen to the show while waiting. A beeping noise will indicate when you are on with the host.
No, it wasn't just an example. It is emblematic. It wasn't just an example. You, like the black pill people,
Mike donated
are
$2.
viewing
Do you
at
think it was kind of funny how
heteronormative
back in
views
2016 Trump
and
made
generalizations, and then trying to
Trump
extrapolate
made fun
something
of
out of
Ted
it.
Cruz's
Here,
wife,
let's make
and now
it
Ted
easy.
Cruz basically gets on his
If
hands
you're a
and knees
man and you
kisses
are
Donald Trump's
attracted
cheeks.
to women, you would prefer
That's normally how
that
it
women
is.
were attracted to you.
Everybody
generally,
hates Trump,
yes?
then they end up sucking up to him when they know it's ideal for his political career.
If you are normatively unattractive, so that fewer women are likely to find you attractive, does that mean that there aren't women who would find you attractive?
There would be women that would find you attractive, yes, even though you're normatively. I would like to know the definition of normativity, but let's go with that. Yes,
There is no definition. Normatively means the stereotypical norm, the median average. The average person would look at them and say, yes, they're attractive, or no, they're not. That's the normative thing. But let's say let's say you are the least attractive person physically.
Sure.
You're the least physically attractive person on the planet. What percentage of women might still find you attractive for other reasons, or even for your physical appearance?
I do not have a percentage, but it would be significantly lower. That's the claim.
I agree.
It's not about 0
I
or 1. It's
I
about
agree.
probability.
I agree. I agree. It would be significantly lower. So unattractive people are going to attract fewer people. So what? What is the black pill ideology? What is so important that a bunch of dudes decided to create black pill ideology?
I would say it's really important because it's about the truth. And black pill, for example, many people
I'm so tired. I'm so tired of you just saying it's about the truth. It's about the truth. It's about the truth. I asked what was so. We
I'm gonna try
already
calling
agree
again,
that
see what
people have
happens.
varying degrees or varying levels of attractiveness, and that there are certain people who are going to be more attractive to others, and there are certain people who are going to be less attractive to others. So what? What
I'm
is
hoping it was just a fluke.
that the black pill ideology does that in any way goes beyond, hey, some people are going to be more attractive than others?
Many people don't know this. That's a problem. And black pill includes this in its theory and explains it even more with details.
Zam, that's not the question I asked. Why on earth would you talk about many? Do you think that there are genuinely people out there who don't know that some people are generally more attractive than others? That's the stupidest thing I've heard all day.
Yes, many people think it's personality or confidence or any other bullshit. Many people don't consider that as an important factor.
It's like you don't even fucking understand the words that I'm asking and that I'm stringing together a question. Okay. Everyone on the planet has access to the understanding that they're not attractive to everyone, and that everyone isn't attractive to them, correct?
But not animal rights?
Many people, I don't know. Yes, I would say
Name,
I cannot say 100%.
Name show me any significant portion of the population that does not understand different people are more and less physically attractive in general. I don't know how you can even fucking argue that there are people who don't grasp this.
Yes.
Literally everybody focuses on their appearance from time to time, lives in a world where other people focus on their appearance, interact with people, and every single person can go, I'm attracted to that person, but not that one, and not that one, and that one, and that one. So given that that is the norm, how can you sit here and realistically suggest that there is any significant portion of the population that does not understand different people have different attractiveness factors?
I agree with that. Significant portion. Yes, I thought you said everybody.
No. This is okay. So now your point is moot. What's the point of black pill ideology? Because when I asked you what the point was, you said it was because some people didn't understand that different people are differently have different levels of attraction. So now that you've acknowledged that that reason was bullshit, what is the value or point of black pill ideology?
So black pill includes different topics within the theory. And when somebody wants to understand certain things, they can look into black pill and understand certain things. I think that's the point. That's the value in it. However, I disagree with certain things, such as you said, subjective. It is objective, backed by research, experiments, statistics.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. You've already acknowledged this. Please stop going back to it. Different people are attracted to other people for different reasons and to different degrees. The one person who George Clooney was voted sexiest man alive one year, and my ex-wife says he's uglier than Homemade Sin. It is absolutely subjective. There are some people who are going to be attractive, and there are some people who aren't, and they're going to be attractive and unattractive to different people. That's the very definition of subjective. There are norms, and it may be pretty easy to generally look at some people and say these people are generally more attractive than others, but that doesn't tell you how attractive any individual is to any other individual. It is a fallacy for you to argue from the general to the specific. That is fallacious. So what is it that black pill ideology, what truth does black pill ideology have that is valuable?
One of them could be one of the major factors for attracting somebody else would be your genetics. That's one of the things. There are many other things.
That That is an absolutely acknowledged, true, and completely pedestrian and irrelevant thing that is not, you don't require any black pill ideology or any incel ideology to acknowledge that genetics impacts your physical appearance.
Hi, Richard. This is Stephanie again. I just got a note from Arden, who doesn't think that your topic would fit the show very well tonight. So I'm going to let you know that, and say maybe some other time, but not tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So they're willing to fucking debate incel ideology, but they won't debate animal rights. Gee. Yeah, it wouldn't fit the show tonight. Yeah, sure. Okay, they're just babies who can't debate the topic. Godfrey donated $2. Boy, Matt is such a egotistical little baby. LMFAO, he acted the same way when he lost the debate against you. Little crybaby ass bitch. When the fuck doesn't get what he wants, he just like Destiny loses a debate and then tries to act smart on other topics. Lol. Yeah, it's fucking retarded, dude. What an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Godfrey.
In Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions, and they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, so this is all a lie.
Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are
The crime rate's going down.
going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much.
Destiny is doing his Anything Else podcast with Dan. I think they do call-ins at the end. You've debated Destiny enough on veganism but could run net on Dan.
On where he's coming from, realizing he's right. Wait, I thought we were supposed to hate this guy. How you say?
I don't. I said I saved him from the likes of you. I love him.
Oh. There's endless count.
How do they handle Collins? Is it through Destiny's Discord?
Newly elected government in 2020. The people sent to be the fake electorates admitted to it and have been charged. District Court of Columbia was prosecuting him on this, and instead of defending himself, Trump said, "As president, I'm good." It got kicked up to the Supreme Court, and they granted him immunity. It's in plain English. You spelled plain wrong. Oh my God, Willie Mack. Edit this tweet. Or I think he should just delete his Twitter account. Who makes this mistake? Too.
Do you guys do Collins at the end of the show?
Really? Anyways, Ben Shapiro agrees that there was a plot, but since it didn't work, who cares?
Okay, Destiny's
Rob
in his
agrees there was a
Discord,
plot,
but
who cares about Rob?
He's like not in
I never
there.
voted before. I don't think Joe is at all fit to be president, and I think Don's response to getting shot was exactly what you want from a leader. But holy shit, this seems like a big deal. Can a single conservative explain to Destiny why it's not? I really want him to be wrong. Top response is
Yeah, I don't know.
himself. Top response.
Thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby.
Okay.
very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's...
This is so cute.
Let me see. Those are nice little doggos. Those are some nice pigs. Oh, wait, wrong link. Oh my god. Wow, that's some good munching. Wow. Oh my god. That is good. Oh my god, they can play piano. Wow, so talented. Thanks for the donation, Grandam. I think the stupid thing changed my microphone settings. Yeah, it did.
He's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them.
So this is insane, unhinged bullshit. He's claiming the president of Venezuela is sending his criminals across the U.S. border. That's not true. That's just a lie.
Them, I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in
Riley donated $2. Why is Matt Dillahunty such a fucking pussy on veganism? At least Richard Dawkins admits he's wrong. Well, Matt's dumb. Massively overestimates his own intelligence, and he may be a narcissist. This is something that narcissists do when their opinions or their intelligence is tested, they can't mentally handle it. So, yeah, they'll just run away from situations like this. Matt Dillahunty is actually a bad debater. He's not good at debating. He's not particularly smart. And, yeah, he's just a selfish dumbass. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Venezuela crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there in El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down?
You know, that kind of gives me an idea. Yeah.
I was born to that family. I went to a Quranic school. I learned the Quran, and
I don't know if they're taking in any other callers. Should have thought of this before, but I can make the topic ritualistic religious slaughter of animals should be banned. It's weird. It's telling me to wait. I wonder if they, like, flat out banned me or something. Oh, wait, there it is.
yes, over time, it went on. And even as I'm speaking to you right now, my sisters, my brothers don't even know. I don't believe anymore.
Okay.
Now, he would have you
Whatever.
convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises.
Well, yeah, they probably know me, and they'll just ban me on any topic. Riley donated $2. VG, that change in topic for the line had me laughing so hard. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
To launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of...
Is Trump going to win now that Biden stepped down? He has a higher likelihood of winning.
Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. His White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will...
You know, it's funny he says this. Donald Trump negotiated the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners in U.S. captivity. Like, I can guarantee you, like out of those 5,000, some of them absolutely would have probably killed U.S. or U.S. allied troops. So Donald Trump is saying, oh, we got to do something about criminals. We got to be tough on crime. He released 5,000 Taliban prisoners in U.S. captivity, let them free, and now they're out fucking murdering, raping people, doing whatever the fuck the Taliban does. Like, this guy just has no moral values.
Never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Lake and Riley.
Is it possible to set up debate with him on Modern Day Debate?
No, he'd never agree to it. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
A brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by...
Do you limit yourself to one energy drink per day? Pretty much, yeah. Under adverse circumstances, I might have two, but I, like 99% of the time, limit myself to one.
A criminal alien set free by this administration, and these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding, what's happening, what's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke.
Here we go.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me, why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. And I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you?
They're not really making any money selling U.S. weapons, and they're keeping most of them. What they're making money off of is drugs. They're selling heroin, and they're transitioning to selling crystal meth.
Show me a picture of my home. I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban.
So, by the way, like I mentioned before, he ordered the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners kept in U.S. custody. So he's bragging about having no attacks on U.S. troops in a given time period. Buddy, you released 5,000 Taliban captives or prisoners. I don't even know if that stat's true. I'd have to look that up. That sounds like a lie to me, because while Trump was negotiating with the Taliban, they literally did not abide by any of the conditional terms. So I don't even think that's fucking true. He's probably lying and making that up. Aw, hey, Tren. Oh, that's my kitty.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack.
I love you.
And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman.
So, nuclear submarines are just powered with nuclear power. It doesn't mean they have nuclear missiles.
From Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call.
Yeah, so the U.S. was in Syria and Afghanistan during Trump's presidency. I don't know what he means by that.
I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no fucking sense for obvious reasons. It costs Israel $500 million per month to operate the Iron Dome. So I don't know what he means by having an Iron Dome around the U.S. Like, where? How many? For what reason? The U.S. already has a countermeasure system for things like intercontinental ballistic missiles. So the U.S. is well equipped to intercept missile systems from other countries. I don't know what an Iron Dome would do. Like, again, this is the shit you'd hear from somebody who has no idea of what they're fucking talking about and just thinks this sounds like a nice idea.
And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change. We gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, Spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm.
Growish Gambleglore donated $2. Can you explain to this cuckoo for Cocoa Puff ass sect of vegans why hypotheticals are important and why the idea of wildlife intervention is important to you as a vegan?
My answer is hypotheticals are fucking bullshit. Humans are not rats. This is why
I've debated both of them already. I don't know what you want me to do. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation, and as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody.
I'd bet money that when Trump says he wants an Iron Dome, he literally means building a dome made of iron around the country. Just like his wall, or when he thinks batteries in ships will sink or electrocute the ocean. He's a child in how he takes things.
I mean, it sounds even too stupid for him, but who knows? Thanks for the donation, Adam.
To be confused. But this man said, we're going to find the cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. I mean, we're going to bring this into a... And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this... And by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day one. Talking about the future promise and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. It won't make any difference. Please, don't use any foul language. Most of every day for the people and for the country that we love.
Does Sky not understand that if you have two situations, a real-life scenario and a crazy hypothetical, but you can't name a symmetry breaker, then you should apply the same logic? Wow, that's stupid.
Well, I think he does understand. It's just a way of coping out of an argument, basically. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as dangerous frontier, no enemy was too fierce. Win.
All right, well, that was an insane, unhinged, retarded ramble that made absolutely no fucking sense. Anybody who'd vote for this guy is a fucking idiot. But we already knew that going in. Growish, Gamble, Gore donated $2 just for future reference. When people say dumb things like that, what would you say to complete newbie vegans who has some basic reasoning skills on the topic of predators? Why is it important to you personally? I mean, if you can put into words. Well, it's logical consistency. If you're going to have a problem with humans eating animals, you'd also have a problem with animals eating animals. So if you're against a competent debater, you're going to look like an absolute fucking retard. And I mean, as a vegan, if you care about animals, you know, getting tortured and killed, you would care if a human is torturing and killing an animal and if an animal is torturing and killing an animal. So it's just a matter of logical consistency and understanding what your actual values are. Thanks for the donation, dude. I am way too tired to continue streaming. I'm gonna have to take a nap. I might be on later tonight, like late, so like probably after 12, maybe. No guarantees, but we'll see. You know how it is. But yeah, I've got to sleep. I only got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I just couldn't get to sleep. But again, might be on later tonight, so poopy doopy. If you're jerking off watching hentai, just make sure to check your YouTube notifications. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. If I'm not on later tonight, I'll definitely see you all tomorrow. And see you all next time. Take care.